Good morning, this is the Oskar Quentin Show. I think we had some tech issues today that had me restart my PC, so we're starting the show 5 minutes late. But if you're watching this after the fact and that doesn't matter to you, you can go find a pinned comment at the top of the YouTube comments that'll tell you when the first call starts, because this is a call-in show where I talk to people about politics on TikTok Live. More comprehensive timestamps in the description below. I'm alone in the studio today, studio apartment that is. Jesse is out of town for some family stuff, and Raven is timestamping from home. So I am alone. What's the news? Well, the news is that the Trump administration is getting desperate about that election that's coming up in November. Ooh, they released some bullshit information. Let's see if I did my due diligence and set this up properly, because we have let's get the Chrome tab open. We have this election integrity website with these 4 categories where they allege that they have good evidence of wrongdoing: vulnerabilities in electronic voting and ballot counting systems, China's acquisition and exploitation of American voter data, Michigan voter registration investigation. My Discord has been sleuthing this overnight, and they say that this is really the only interesting category where there actually appears to be any evidence of anything, but I have reviewed some of what they found. It seems mostly just to be like interview statements of hearsay. Oh, I heard a guy say that somebody worked for somebody and did this thing that was a rule violation. I don't know. We'll dig into it. Maybe we might spend a lot of time on the calls today, though I will admit I did my late show last night recording my reaction to Trump announcing this stuff. I have not had the hours I need to really dig into this stuff. Last category, non-citizens on the state voter roll. Mostly dead people, and mostly a number of dead people that make sense, right? People like if I died, like if we killed me right now, I'd still be on the state voter roll for Minnesota for some amount of time, right? Like there's a period it would take for the paperwork to go through that I'm dead. Conveniently, dead people don't vote because they're dead. So anyway, they have these 4 categories, and for each of them there is a zip file that you can download. And much like with the Epstein files, they kind of made it difficult. If you want to open a zip file, you have to be a millennial. It's against the rules, and I just made it. I'm almost 31, so I know how to open these things. So if we click on one of these and just have a look at like maybe what some of these files look like, they are fucking more redacted than the Epstein files. It's fucking crazy how redacted some of these files are. Let's see what we have unredacted here. First of all, it's from a sensitive government agency. We don't know which one. Sensitive. PRC, People's Republic of China, redacted analysis of U.S. voter registration information, redacted from 18 states. Plans to conduct U.S. persons matching and public opinion analysis, redacted paragraph, redacted something. Declassified by counsel to the President, Warrington, on 10 July 2026. Redacted, again, like, okay, here we go. We have some content, but I don't think this is meaningful. What have they left unredacted? It obtained from the blank. It retained from the redacted voter registration records from the redacted midterm elections. So they're not even going to tell us what fucking year. Think about this. They're talking about election fraud, and they're not even telling us what fucking year this is supposed to be evidence of China interfering with the elections. I'm not going to spend too much time digging into this at the intro of the show, but that's the first fucking file I opened last night, and it happens to be the first fucking file I opened tonight, because again, it was just today, because it was just at the top of the list. What is this fucking nonsense? To answer the YouTube chat, yes, nobody is in the producer chair today. I am alone, but that's not why the show is late. It's because I was ready to hit live, and I went to hit live on both streaming applications, and neither worked. Both were like, we can't connect. I had internet. I had been using the internet all morning, so I thought, turn it off and on again. That took 5 minutes. So here we are, starting the show a little bit late. Thank you, Cronus, for starting the show with a donation. Will we get a full live today without a bunch of men talking about women's rights? God, I hope so. Yeah, further announcement. I thank you for reminding me that if there was somebody in the producer chair, they'd probably be screaming at me to say this. We're going to not talk about abortion on the show for a little while. It happens every now and then where I just get a little lost in the sauce going with the flow of what people happen to call in about. There was a period like 3 months ago where I had to ban E. Jean Carroll as a topic for like a couple weeks because it became the E. Jean Carroll show. People were like, this guy talks about E. Jean Carroll. And every single conversation was the fucking same. Every single conversation was, there's no evidence. Yes, there is. Are you familiar with the facts of the case? Blah, blah, blah. Like, just, you know, you guys have seen me do it. There's the backup account in the corner. If you're watching on TikTok, get following on that so that you can still watch the show when this main account gets banned for something silly. Yeah, so just a quick announcement. I am just gonna, when people want to bring me abortion, I am just gonna say to them, hey, we've been getting too much abortion airtime on my show. Please pick something else. And the reason I'm really hesitant to do that generally is because when I do that, people accuse me of being a runner. They're like, oh, you're not strong on abortion. And it's like, no, it's just that there's a fucking library of me like arguing abortion for hours and hours. Like in the last 2 weeks, I feel like I've spent like 8 hours arguing abortion. go watch the VODs. The Dean episode has abortion. Which episode number was that? Maybe somebody can let me know in the chat and I can shut it out because I don't feel like looking right now. Yeah, we fixed the lag. Yes, we did. But Jesse, I forgot to switch it back to 360 from 240 because this is the stream capture one instead of the. Can I fix that on the fly? Oh, let's not put monitoring on. Let's see if I can fix that on the fly. That'd be kind of sick if I could. But that'll maybe make it difficult to edit. No, we're just gonna fix it on the fly, and it'll be bad for the first couple minutes if somebody wants to notice. Can I just do that? Does that work? Ashray, welcome to the membership on YouTube. Members only stream Sunday evening. Also potentially other nights. I know some people who can't make the members only stream Sunday evening after we do the weekly scheduled evening show are interested in getting the members only stream, which is just like chill, non-radio voice Oskar, like answering questions and stuff. I really enjoyed those, and I do want to make sure that everybody else who is a member gets to do it, so we will find some other times to do it. But the current schedule is that 7 p.m. Central Time, we do a weekly show with a guest or some special topic or something, kind of variety hour, non-debate live, unless it's an enemy that comes in as the guest, then it is kind of a debate live, just not a calls from the public debate live, and then we do the members stream after that. Last night, we did an impromptu episode of the evening show because people wanted to hear my reactions to Trump's speeches, so that's public on the YouTube channel. All that stuff happens only on YouTube because got to get around the TikTok censors if we're going to talk about real shit, especially if we're going to listen to Trump, because I don't want to get banned for something that Trump says live on the air. Can't live stream Trump on TikTok. I'm not willing to risk my account in that way. But the members only stream happen all the places where there are members. So yeah, just follow me everywhere. Link tree in the bio if you want to stay posted on all that stuff. But we're going to get into the debates. Hopefully hit the ground running with our late start to the show today. We're going to talk to Katie K. Miller. We're going to see if she or he is a Trump supporter. No, I don't think she meant to connect. Oh, there they are. Hello, how old are you?
Oh, shit. I requested and I didn't. Anyways, my name is Caitlin. I am 31.
Are you a Trump supporter?
No, I am not, actually.
Just looking for debates this early in the show. You can call back in about an hour, a little more than an hour and a half maybe, if you want to just like chit chat. If you have a question or something you want to discuss with me, that's fine. I just try to keep it a little more oppositional at the beginning of the show. Does a little bit better in the algorithm. Which, transparency around the ways in which I game the algorithm. We were talking about that. Hey, did you notice that when you joined the call, I was in the middle of a sentence? Were you aware of that?
Shit, I don't even know.
Okay, how old are you?
25.
You support Trump?
Yeah.
Why?
Because everybody who doesn't support him is dumb as hell.
Okay, I'm just gonna, you're kind of setting off my troll meter personally, so I'm gonna ask that you turn your camera on, and I'm gonna kick you if you don't.
I can't. Why do you want to see my penis, dude? That's gay.
Get off my show, dude. Yep, see? Was I right? Good call or bad call? Let me know in the chat. Sometimes I'm quick to say camera on, because you don't need to have your camera on to be on my show if you're going to be fucking reasonable. Oh, he's back in here? Let's get him banned. Can we get him banned, mods? Somebody go get that guy banned. Oh, look at that. He showed up in the chat. How convenient. I will ban him. Show's doing too fucking well to deal with people like that. Ain't gonna fucking happen on my show anymore. Anyway. Queue's empty. That's it. I defeated all the Trump supporters in 5 minutes. One of them wasn't a Trump supporter, and the other just wanted to show me his penis. So it fucking goes. How's everybody doing on this beautiful Friday? Is it a beautiful Friday? I haven't looked out the window today. No, it's a hazy Friday. The protest that was scheduled for 5:30 p.m. in my neck of the woods yesterday here in Minneapolis was canceled due to air quality. I don't think the air quality can be much better today, but I do intend on being out on the street 5:30 p.m. Central Time today, so follow me on all the platforms if you maybe want to get some updates about that. I might post some stories or, do a little bit of street live streaming, might meet some of the protest buddies. Who knows? But we have a rally plan for the more fucking people that ICE is killing. ICE has killed something like 8 people in the last few weeks. I'm losing track. Like, it's my job to keep track of this stuff, and I don't know all their names. They're killing people fast enough that I can't keep up with all of the different circumstances. So I have the Discord working on trying to get me evidence. Discord. They are doing a fucking fantastic job. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these shootings are cases where there's just not enough evidence for me to sit here and analyze it like we did with Renee Good or Alex Preddy, and that's devastating because we have to sit here agnostic, and the Trump administration, the powers that be are just going to say, oh, they deserved it. We're going to call bullshit, and then they're going to call us liars, and it's just... Anyway, let me know, everybody, if the Discord link is working. It expired in the link tree in the bio. I replaced it last night after the show. It should be working, and it shouldn't expire. Thanks, Joey, for setting that up for me, because I do not know what I'm doing on Discord. This user is just a planet Earth emoji. Maybe they're peaceful. Maybe they're here to tell us to be good to the environment. Probably not. How old are you?
Hey, how's it going? 28?
28. Are you a Trump supporter?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
He's the best we got.
There's a pretty long delay on this call, and I find that to be really disruptive. Do you mind if I just disconnect you and then reconnect you immediately? You can hop right back in the queue. That usually fixes it.
I could do that.
Okay, so just going to disconnect him, and I'll wait for him to show back up in the queue, and I will thank Northern Something for $10 Canadian over on YouTube Super Chat. You see the letter American lawmakers sent to Canada about air quality? We just had a firefighter die helping you all. You can't make up this level of stupid. I'm fucking sorry that we're such assholes. Like, our bad. I'm also Canadian on my mom's side, so I kind of feel both sides of that. But yeah, America's got a real bad habit of accepting help from other countries and then not acknowledging it at like an official level. So fucking firefighters are fucking heroes, yo. Like police are controversial, but who hates the fire department? The police, at least in this country. So yeah, sorry, dude. Fucking heroes. That guy's not back in the queue. I gave him long enough, so we're gonna have to Memo V18. We're gonna see if we get a good call. New camera? Yes, I did get a new camera. Thank you for noticing. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 18.
You a Trump supporter?
Yeah,
Why is that?
because I think that whatever Trump is doing with the immigration laws and the border laws is right.
Why do you think that?
Because people just come to our country from other countries and they mess up our country. And
They mess up our country? How do they mess up our country?
because they take away jobs from Americans.
I think that they have a net benefit to the jobs market by the health that they give the economy, and I think the economists are pretty sure about that. Who told you that?
Well, Trump said that.
Right.
And I believe whatever my president said.
Whoa. You believe the things that Trump says?
Of course I do.
Why? He lies all the time.
Well, that's people's opinion. I have my personal opinion. And I think
Right. But we don't legislate, we don't put people on planes and ship them to countries that they've never been to based on opinions. We got to do that with some facts and reason. Do you really genuinely believe that it is a sensible thing to do to just believe the things that Trump tells you?
I mean, no. I mean, not everything he says is true. But
Okay, whoa. So you just said not everything he says is true. So you recognize that he's not super reliable as a source of information, right?
Yeah.
And you're supporting him, even though the things that he's doing have truly drastic effects on people's lives. People get taken out of their homes, people get separated from their families, people get assaulted and hurt and put in detention centers where the living conditions aren't great. Like, this is a very serious thing that's happening. You're aware of this, right?
I mean, yeah, but there's also.
So slow down and think about what you've said to me in the brief time that you've been on my show. You've been on my show for 2 minutes, and you tell me that you believe Trump when he tells you that it's important to do those very drastic things to people's lives. And then just a moment later, practically in the same breath, you admitted that he's not really a very good source of information, which makes me very worried about the way that you make decisions about politics. I'm a little worried that you don't scrutinize the things he said enough, and I'm going to make a little bit of an accusation here, which is that if he was doing things that affected your life in this way, if he was separating you from your family, if he was making you scared to be outside in your neighborhood, if those things were happening to you, I think you'd be really interested in being totally sure whether or not he's telling the truth about certain things. And I'm a little concerned about your ethics if you're not concerned in that way, given the terrible, terrible things that are happening to so many other people.
I mean, yeah, I did say, I mean, I believe whatever Trump says, and, but sometimes he does lie.
Right, he does lie.
Before, he promised that he would do a lot of things for us and this and that, but he didn't. But
Right, yeah. So wait, well, hold on. Again, I don't want you to start moving on to making excuses. I can feel you kind of rushing through this, but you're even defending my claim, which is that not only does he lies a lot. He told us that grocery prices were going to go down. They didn't. He's sending them up. He said that fuel prices were going to go down. He sent those up with the war. Those going up have increased inflation. He said that we didn't bomb a school when we did. There's some big lies that the man has told, but it feels to me like you recognize those because groceries aren't cheaper, because gas isn't cheaper. That's obvious. You can see that at the pump. You can see the number on the sign. But what he's telling you about illegal immigrants isn't true either. And I don't think you care, because I doubt it, based on the call, it sounds to me like you're not an illegal immigrant. So I worry that you just don't care that these lies aren't affecting you. And I don't think that you can actually present to me evidence that illegal immigrants are doing anything to the country that is bad for you. I think that they're actually quite good for the country if we measure things like their effect on the economy or how dangerous they are compared to other members of the population. I think that they're, across the board, the statistics say very hardworking people who are doing all the sorts of things that we want Americans to do to be prosperous, which is why I think that a better path forward would be to allow them to become Americans if they prove to the state that they're not going to, commit any violent crimes, some sort of probationary period, which is the sort of thing we do when we allow people to become citizens. It's just a real broken system that encourages a lot of people to get around it by committing a misdemeanor and overstaying their welcome or getting in some illegal way. Like, that to me doesn't feel like a very big problem compared to all these big problems that Trump is creating. And you yourself are saying that your only source of information about why this is good is Trump himself, and you recognize that he lies about big important stuff like this. So what's going on, dude?
I mean, yeah, it's a 50-50 for me, honestly. I mean, like, obviously, I do support him with his, his politics and all this stuff. But, the thing with, in my personal opinion, with the ICE thing and all that, with the laws, the border laws and all stuff, I don't support, the deportation of, families and kids and all this brutal, like, when was it, today or yesterday, that, a person was killed. But I do support the fact that, he does support a lot of, murders, gang violence, gangs and all that stuff. But I don't support,
Whoa. Who supports gang members?
I mean, nobody does. That's why I'm
right.
saying, like.
But okay, there's 12 million illegal immigrants. How many of them do you think are dangerous criminals?
At least like 5 million, 4 million.
Who told you that?
I mean, it's pretty much on the research, if you do your own research.
I have, and what the research tells me is that if we look at the cohort of illegal immigrants, we find that any particular illegal immigrant is actually far less likely to be a dangerous criminal than any other random person in the country. Just knowing nothing else about you, you are more likely to be a dangerous criminal than an illegal immigrant.
So you're saying that, an American citizen is more dangerous than an illegal immigrant?
100%.
That's what you think?
Yeah.
Well, I personally don't believe that.
Okay, right. But you said do your own research, but you're the one who just brought me a positive claim that they're more dangerous. Like, why do you think that? Who told you that?
Because you don't know where they're coming from.
You don't know where I came from. Where did I come from?
I mean, you're obviously an American citizen.
So what?
I could do your research in your family and all this and all that.
Is it going to tell you whether or not I have murderous intent, or whether or not I've joined a gang, or whether or not I've started dealing in substances, or whatever terrible thing I might be doing? We don't really have a way to check if people are criminals, whether or not they're from this country. That doesn't make sense to me. What do you mean? How do you check if a person, like, if we did have like an illegal immigrant who like snuck through the desert, like swam across the Rio Grande, if we did let them in at a port of entry, how would we check if they were a criminal? What would we do? What would we ask them?
That is a very good question, actually. I don't have the answer to that, but...
Hold on. No. Before you move on, I want you to really stew on how good that question was, because it doesn't have a good answer for the same reason that if I was, like, planning on murdering somebody tomorrow, the state would have no way of knowing. That's the case with all of our... If we were able to vet people just because they were born here, we'd have a much lower crime rate, but we don't. What difference does it make where the person comes from?
No, yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so slow down. I keep saying slow down because I'm just detecting something about your tone, which is that you want to get away from these points to something else. But I just really need to zoom in on the fact that you bring up these things about illegal immigrants, like that they're dangerous or unvetted or something like that. And that just is also true of citizens. So that to me, again, we started with Trump says they're bad for the economy. I don't believe that. You said that he's not reasonable to believe. You pointed out that we're not vetting them. We don't vet anybody at the end of the day, right? If we vetted people in this country, we might be able to avoid some school shootings, because if we look at school shooters, a lot of them are people who maybe with just a little bit of attention from law enforcement would have been identified as a problem. Or, the school guidance counselor, whoever it might be, to detect that sort of problem. And in fact, if you're interested in keeping eyes on these people, which I can understand, like maybe we can catch a school shooter if like a guidance counselor keeps an eye on them, or college counselor keeps an eye on them, or something like that. it's a little easier for the state to keep an eye on people who are documented. So not allowing them to get proper documentation for fear of deportation is actually counterproductive to the state being able to keep an eye on the crimes that they're committing. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that 100% makes sense to me. I understand that.
Okay, so just in review, I'm just going to ask to make sure that I feel like we're on the same page about some of these things that we've covered. Have you brought me a good reason to want to deport the illegal immigrants in the 10 minutes you've been on my show?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You've been on my show for about 10 minutes. During that 10 minutes, have you given me a good reason to think that the illegal immigrants are a serious problem that deserve the sort of action that Trump is doing?
Well, I think that not all immigrants are bad. Like
whoa. Don't move on to other things. We're just still in review mode. You've brought me like two big things, that Trump says they're bad for the economy and that they're more dangerous. And we've talked about those two things. I just want to clarify. I just want to make sure that people call into these shows and they'll like have an argument dismantled, or they'll admit that they're wrong about something. And then the next time I talk to them, they bring up the same thing. Sometimes I finish my show at noon and I hop on somebody else's live and I see the same caller bringing them the same thing. I just want to make sure you're not that type of disingenuous caller. You've brought me two things. That Trump says they're bad for the economy, and that you think because they're not vetted, they're dangerous. How do you feel about those two claims after the 10 minutes that we've been talking?
I mean, I think that, it's honestly a 50-50 for me. I think that you're right. And I think
it's 50-50 about those two claims. I really want to stay on those two claims to make sure we're on the same page about them before we move on. Otherwise, we're not really, we're not going to get anywhere if we don't agree on the stuff we've already talked about as we bring up the new stuff.
Like I said, for the economy, it's not as bad, but they're still taking jobs that like construction, all this and all that.
That's good. We need people to be working those jobs. It's really good for the economy for those jobs to be worked by these illegal immigrants. We have a housing crisis, so like
but why can't we, instead of having illegal immigrants doing these jobs, why can't we have American citizens doing the jobs?
Well, so we can. It's not black or white. It's not like there's a certain type of job where we just only give it to illegal immigrants or only give it to citizens. But here's what I want you to understand, because there's a very important answer to your question that you might not be aware of, and I'm going to forgive you for not being aware of this. This is the sort of thing I don't expect an 18-year-old to be aware of, because schools have been struggling. What years of school did you lose to COVID? Was it the end of middle school or the beginning of high school?
It was the beginning of middle school.
Dude, those are some important years. You learned some social studies and some world history and stuff. That was a bummer, right? Did you feel like you learned a lot when you were in middle school?
No, I honestly feel like I skipped middle school and I just went straight to high school.
Yeah, so just so you know, like a month and a half ago, I finished being a high school teacher to run this show. So I have a little bit of experience with the education system. So when I go into teacher mode with you, forgive me, it's a little bit of a reflex. But there's something that I can teach you about the way the world works that maybe you missed because maybe it was supposed to be in one of these social studies classes, or maybe not, depending on the school district that you were in, because a lot of places don't teach this important stuff. But when countries are really prosperous, like when countries have good education systems, like I was just saying, maybe we don't always, or, if people are generally fed, or we have, more equitable rules for men and women, like women are allowed to be in the workforce. There's one really reliable thing that happens to those sorts of countries, and it's that the birth rate decreases. Are you aware of this problem?
Yeah, I'm aware of this.
Yeah, so there's countries like Japan. Japan has an information economy. They export like technology, websites and things. And it's given them a lot of prosperity in terms of like the normal sorts of things we look at in a society when we determine whether or not a society is prosperous. But it's lowered their birth rate dramatically, and they don't have very much immigration. And that's presenting some problems for them. They're running out of young people. Russia's running out of young people for a much worse reason. It's because they're waging a war and Ukraine is killing all of them. We're not in that sort of situation. You and I don't have to worry about bombs falling from the sky for the most part. We live in one of the countries that has a youth problem for the good reason, which is that successful people are less likely to have children. And countries that have this birth rate problem run into situations where a few decades down the road, elderly people don't have enough young people to care for them. the economy starts to struggle, because a lot of the people who do the most difficult physical labor that actually is when people talk about the backbone of the labor industry of the economy, they're talking about people actually using their hands to do work when they're in their 20s, 30s, and 40s. And if people in their 20s and 30s start to be outnumbered by people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, we start to have a problem in terms of how much productivity is available to continue the prosperous growth of the country. Are you following this description of what happens to prosperous countries? Can you think of a solution to this problem?
I mean, I can't think of it, from the top of my head, but
if we don't have enough young people being born in our country, where might we get more young people?
Say that again, please.
If we don't have enough young people being born in the country, which, never mind the political cycle, never mind this election or that election, this is a long-term problem over the course of decades that we're like right in the middle of. If we're going into this era in America where we don't have enough young people, where might we get them?
I mean, I see the point that you're making. What would be your answer for that? In my answer for that, you did. I think you're right. I think we need people from another country, right? But there's also that, like I said before, I don't support hardworking immigrants that are just trying to make a living, but I do support
Whoa, hold on. You don't support hardworking immigrants who are just trying to make a living? Is that what you just said? I want to make sure I heard you correctly.
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. No, don't. I'm not going to hold you to something that you misspoke on. I'm not an asshole. If you misspoke, please just clarify. I'm not going to. This isn't that kind of show.
I do support, hardworking immigrants that are just trying to make a living here in the United States of America, obviously. But some of those immigrants, are making, the hardworking immigrants look bad by being, gang members, murderers, all this and all that, you know what I mean? But no, I 100% agree with you, that as our country, we're not having enough young people working in, the fields and agriculture and all that stuff. So, we need other people from other countries like, Mexicans, whatever, Colombians, whatever.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me where they come from.
So, yeah, I surely do agree with you in that part.
Okay. So you recognize that, we want America to be prosperous. That's a goal, right? That's what the government's for, is trying to make this place better. And we recognize that there's this global trend in socioeconomics, which is that when a government succeeds at that, there becomes a need for immigration, because there's really no other way. We can't force the birth rate up. There are some policies that could help that, but generally the sociologists agree pretty dangerous to try to influence people's family planning in that way. Because it is for generally good reasons that people become less likely to have kids. So we recognize the need, just to be totally clear before we proceed in the conversation, we recognize the need for immigration right now. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that'd be fair to say. Okay.
I think that where that lands us is the question of what to do with illegal immigrants. Because I agree with you that I assume we would much prefer that these people have entered through the legal means and have proper documentation. I think that'd be much better. Do you agree with me on that?
I mean, yeah, I agree with you on that. I think the legal process is, it wouldn't make the immigration look as bad as it is right now, and it wouldn't make, all the violence that there is right now. Because when
whoa. The violence thing is not a problem. We covered that. Remember?
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
So the violence thing is just, sure, there's 12 million illegal immigrants. Every now and then one of them is going to kill their wives, that people commit crimes. That happens with citizens as well. It just also happens to happen at a greater rate with citizens. So I'm just really uninterested in the sort of crimes that we're talking about, especially in consideration of the fact that there'd still be the odd crime committed by these immigrants, whether or not they're illegal immigrants. This is just true of large populations. If you have 10 million people, I mean, just one of them's going to murder another one of them. I live in a state that has a population of 5 million people. Even if there were no illegal immigrants here, we'd still have murders. We'd still have some gang activity. This is just not a sensible way to look at groups of people. We've kind of already covered that earlier, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I think we're just left with the question, given that we want immigration to solve this greater socioeconomic problem. It's a good problem to have, a low birth rate. Like I said, there are bad reasons to have that problem. Russia's got that problem for a very very terrible reason right now. We don't. We have it for the good reason. We have it because of our prosperity. So the solution is immigration. We want those numbers up. Let me ask you this. What's more sensible? Spend a shitload of taxpayer money doing things that communities don't like. I live in Minneapolis. We did not appreciate the federal government's efforts to come and deport illegal immigrants. They didn't catch very many of them. They killed some of my neighbors, and they terrorized our communities. A lot of children inhaled tear gas. Like, a lot of bad stuff happened, and it was very expensive, both for the government to send those people here and for our local economy. It cost us about $600 million. That's the mayor's estimate, the mayor's office's estimate on it. $600 million in lost economic activity because people were afraid to go outside for a few months because it was really scary here when we had this really, really hyperactive police state situation going on. So what's better? Deport those 12 million people and then say, okay, we still need immigration, so let's let some more immigrants in. Let's make the process better. Or my solution, just let most of them stay, because the system for letting them in legally has been very, very broken, very hard to use, very long wait lists, even though we do need more immigrants. So, you see how it's just like way more efficient if we just let them stay. And when I say efficient, I mean both financially, but also just in terms of like suffering and human cost. Like, why move all these people around? Why disrupt all these lives? These people have jobs. Their kids go to our schools. Like, why uproot them when what we do need is people like them? It's that our system is broken in such a way that somewhere along the way they committed a misdemeanor, and that labels them an illegal immigrant, even though they're exactly the people we need to fix what's next for this country.
I mean, yeah. I agree with you in that part. We do need immigrants, but like I said, I just don't support, even if it's like 4 to 5 a year, 1 a month, 1 to 3 months, whatever the number is, as long as it's more than one, or as long as it's one, and it's an immigrant, they're still making violence in the United States.
Whoa. You see, okay, hold on. I'm getting a little confused now. What do you mean they're still making violence? What does that mean to you? There's 12 million people. Some of them are going to commit crimes. That's true of any group of people. You can't find me a group of 12 million people where nobody in that group commits crimes. So, that's going to be true even if we have a perfectly legal solution. Even if we did deport all these people and we replaced them with legal immigrants, those legal immigrants would still commit crimes. In fact, there's a possibility that they'd commit more crimes than the illegal immigrants, because the illegal immigrants are trying not to get caught for being illegal immigrants. So they tend to fly under the radar. They're way less likely, like if they're financially desperate, they're way less likely to do something like rob a convenience store, because if they get caught, they don't go to jail for 30 days or whatever it is for robbing a convenience store, depending on how you rob it. They get deported. That's a way bigger consequence because they have this other thing that they're worried about. So they're just like again, the crime thing, you're falling back on that. Tells me that you've got big feelings about that. But we've kind of covered that those feelings aren't really all that sensible if what you're concerned about is protecting people from crime.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Of course.
Like you said, a lot of the immigrants just come here and work, and they make the country better and this, all that and all that. Mm-hmm. So if they do that, if they come to our country just to work and make their life better, whatever the situation is in their other country, why don't they just come through the legal process?
Yeah, so I've kind of alluded to that, but I haven't really clarified it for you. Fundamentally, the system is very broken. There are certain ways to get it expedited where, if you already have a family member here, the list gets shortened. But for a lot of people who come and try to get in through a legal means, not an illegal means, through a correct means, they get waitlisted where they might not even get a response for sometimes years. And then when they get waitlisted, it might be decades sometimes. And these are people who, wherever they're coming from, they have started wandering through the desert for a reason. Think about what a parent think about how bad circumstances have to be for a parent to decide to walk through the desert with their child. Can you imagine making that sort of decision? I
mean, yeah, that's a life, that depends on your life. I agree.
Yeah. And they're coming from situations that are so bad. It's so hard for them to feed their kids, so hard for them to make sure that they're going to be safe and secure in their life on Earth, that they think, it's a misdemeanor to cross this border, but on the other side, I can get a job. On the other side, the grocery stores have good food. The schools will take my kids. And those are all things that if we look at what we need for the country, like we actually want that person here, but the system is very, very, very broken. And we talked about how inefficient it is, even if you don't care about human suffering, which I really do. And I really urge people to weigh all this in terms of suffering. But even if we're just going to talk about things you care about, the crime and the economy, they're not as likely to be violent criminals as people who are already here. So like that's kind of a non-issue. And then if we look at the benefit to the economy, like why does it make sense to spend money to deport people to then still just want to increase immigration to fix the problems we've covered earlier? Like why not just spend the money on whoever's job it is to process these applications faster?
Yeah, I agree with you on that part. So what you're saying is that, whatever the situation is in their country, all that, so they cross illegally because they just can't, not that they can be, but they don't want to be waitlisted. They don't want to wait all
Well, there's different reasons for different people. We're talking about millions of people here. So you could ask any single one of them, why did you choose to either cross illegally, or why did you overstay your visa without renewing it, or whatever. There's different ways to become an illegal immigrant. Each one of them is going to have a different reason. But I gave a couple of examples of ways in which the system is broken. But across the board, the system is very broken. And because of that, it's just for a lot of people who are faced with trying to feed their families, trying to escape maybe dangerous violent criminals in the countries they're coming from, because a lot of these countries do have problems with gang violence that the local police don't have under control. Like they just see a misdemeanor of getting into the United States as not as big a deal. And there's this other thing that I say a lot, which like you're a little young for me to be talking about this with, but you're an adult. Welcome to the big boys club. I use a recreational substance that used to be illegal. I think you know the stuff I'm talking about. We're not allowed to say it on TikTok, which is why I'm being roundabout. I'm talking about the green stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I'm 30. Do you think it bothers anybody for me to sit on the couch behind me and roll one up at the end when I'm done going live at the end of the day?
No, not really, honestly.
Right. I did it illegally for a really long time because it only became legal here in Minnesota a few years ago. Was that wrong of me? Should I have gone to jail?
I mean, no, you should. I mean, it really depends the amount of whatever,
It's a pretty normal amount for a musician, but I wasn't hurting anybody, and we recognized that the law was stupid, so we changed it. We said that was a silly law. Oskar shouldn't get in trouble for doing that. So he doesn't anymore. I get to sit there and it's fine. It's allowed where I live. And that's kind of the way I feel about this. Like you can fall back on the fact that they broke a rule, but I'm sitting here saying that if you care about the economy, if you care about public safety, if you care about all these things, if you care about human suffering, these rules are fucking stupid. And that's the same thing I thought about the rules around the green stuff. I thought if you care about the economy, if you care about human suffering, and if you care about the crime rate, this is a stupid rule. So we changed it. It's much better now.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah.
That just seems like a way better way to fix rules that are causing harm than to enforce them just because they're supposed to be enforced.
I mean, yeah, I personally don't think that, that green stuff shouldn't be illegal, honestly, because, it just comes from a plant.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah. Can't overdose on it. I mean, Willie Nelson's 94 and still touring.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You're not going to find a musician who drinks as much as Willie Nelson smokes who's still touring at 94,
Yeah.
Right. So we just as a society are beginning to agree this is stupid. Even Trump himself has done the work of rescheduling that particular substance so it's not taken as seriously by the federal government, because it still is illegal according to the federal government, and it still is illegal in a bunch of states. But we're going through an era where it's becoming more accepted. Much like how, I don't know how you feel about this topic, but like gay marriage became more accepted. Certain states started allowing it, and then eventually the Supreme Court said this is silly. Let anybody marry anybody they want, and then it became codified at the federal level that it's allowed. And we're kind of going through that with the green stuff. And I think that I don't think it should be legal to get into the country illegally. I'm not saying we should just like open the borders and that's what we should do. And that's not the parallel I'm trying to make. I'm just saying that the current set of rules are so shitty that we have ended up in a predicament where a lot of people are here illegally. And if we do fix the system in such a way that it's not as shitty, that doesn't address the people who are already here, which is why I think we need to do both. We need a really dramatic catastrophic change to the immigration system, which I think actually both sides agree with on right now. Trump is trying to do something truly dramatic, truly catastrophic with immigration. And I'm kind of offering the same thing, where we really dramatically change the rules. But with that, as a second thing, we need to say, if you were here before the rules changed, it'd be a little unfair for us to punish you for being here when the rules were in a way that we have all agreed are shitty. These rules are bad. So we need to have an amnesty program. And in much the same way that people get pardons. Like if you're on parole and you smoke the green stuff and you get in trouble because you're not supposed to smoke the green stuff on parole, and that lands you back in prison because you violated your parole, that's a person who's going to prison because they smoked the green stuff on their couch, and we think that's stupid. So we start exonerating these people. We say, you know what, we forgive you for your original crime because you've already served the time on it. You already got through your parole. The only reason you failed your parole is because you were smoking the green stuff. I personally think the world would probably be a better place if we let the parolees smoke the green stuff. So we undo these legal consequences because we just recognize that the circumstances that created them were unfair and shitty. So we have an unfair, shitty system, and all I'm saying is let's take the people who have, in my opinion, been victims of this unfair, shitty system. Let's give them a chance to start over and say, okay, we're clean slate. We're gonna give you your packet on immigration. We're gonna get you set up. We're gonna let you get a driver's license. If you don't commit any crimes, we're not gonna deport you. If you do commit crimes, we are gonna deport you. We can still deport the ones that commit crimes. I'm okay with that. And then let's just make it easier to get in. Let's spend a bunch of taxpayer money addressing this problem in a way that works instead of spending it causing inefficient human suffering.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I agree with you. You know, like I said, you know, I personally don't think that if you're on parole and all that stuff and you're smoking that green stuff, you shouldn't. I mean, you shouldn't be going back to prison.
Right.
But that's a very controversial thing. You know, a lot of people are against it. A lot of people are with it. And, you know, a lot of people are with it because of medical stuff. You know, it's, you know, it can really help with, you know, medical problems and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And
well, right. We could sit and list the reasons why the laws around the green stuff were shitty. I think we're on the same page about that. My point is that we've covered some reasons in this call why I think the rules around immigration are so shitty. And I think in recognition of that, we should change them so they're not so shitty. And then all the people who are now labeled criminals because they participated in this system that we agree was shitty, we should say, okay, well, yeah, you were a criminal under the shitty system. Let's make the better system and then assess whether or not you're a criminal under that system. And that's what we've done with the green stuff, right? I was a criminal under the old rules. I still am to a degree because it's not particularly easy to purchase it legally here, but it's not illegal to own it. So you're kind of done being a criminal the moment you buy. It's complicated. We're working on it. We haven't opened up our dispensaries really yet, but you know, it's a new thing that's going on, and I just think it's a way more sensible thing to do that than to send a bunch of ICE agents into a city because we've seen how that goes, and it's kind of fucking miserable for everybody.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. You actually, you know, you're actually changing my mind on, you know, on my personal opinion on that.
I appreciate you saying that.
With all the ice thing and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people get defensive when they feel like their opinion on something was wrong. But I mean, I kind of detected that you'd be a little bit more open to that. So thank you for just being honest about that. And I don't need you to, you know, pour your heart out and tell me that I'm right about everything. But I do appreciate very much that you're able to listen to some of this and just try to think about it a little bit more reasonably, because both sides really are offering a crazy solution, like a totally dramatic solution. Everybody agrees we need to fix this immigration problem. I think that's the biggest piece of common ground right here, that having 12 million not properly documented persons in the country that should be addressed. I think that's important. I just think we got to be so careful about designing policies that address these sorts of things. And I think my advice for you generally is to work really hard to make sure you've got accurate information about how these policies affect people, because it's just, you're one person in a country of 350 million, and it's never going to be obvious to you just from looking out your window how the world is changing because of the policies you support.
Yeah, you're right, man. You know, I honestly do have to, you know, educate myself more and do my own research and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I agree with you. Thank you. You know, thank you for changing my mind and all that. I appreciate you.
Yeah. I don't want to overwhelm you. I want to say thanks for your honesty, and I invite you to call back whenever you want. I'd love to keep talking.
Yeah. I will do my research and I'll try to educate myself more. And I do have like a lot of other questions, but I'm honestly not, educated enough to talk about those.
Well, yeah, I mean, and right, and I appreciate you saying that. And like I was just saying, when I get a big concession out of somebody, like it sounds like I've really changed your thinking about this, I don't want to harp on it. I want to just give you time to reflect on that. And this conversation will be on YouTube if you want to listen to it again, because I know there's a lot of information in here.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for your time.
Have a good day. W's in the chat for Memo for listening. So I think that's all it takes for a lot of people these days is listening. And people like me not biting their head off for believing something that I think is bad or wrong. I'm going to get through the donations. A lot came in while I was talking to him, but I really didn't want to interrupt that conversation. So thanks everybody who went to the link tree in the bio and found the pay methods: Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee is international. So if you're not in the US and you want to support, that's a method. Let's see. Oh, Isaiah's watching. Hello, Isaiah. Ask Memo where his family is from. Yeah, I could have. I detected a little bit of an accent. I didn't feel like choosing that direction, but thank you for the $5, Isaiah. Jared sent me $25 to say, do you think if we banned police from using firearms, the number of police-related deaths would go down, or the number of nightstick deaths would vastly increase? I think both would happen. I think England has shown us that most of the time a police officer doesn't need a gun. But maybe that's not true in America. I do recognize that we have a bigger violence problem with law enforcement. That as much as I don't like law enforcement, I don't like the way law enforcement is handled in this country, I can operate in recognition of that when I think about policies. Jacob sent another $5 to add something else. He said, medical, the green stuff, and FDA approved products are Schedule 3 recreational. It is still Scheduled 1. Yeah, it's not perfect, but Trump is... I don't really give Trump much credit for actually making those changes. I just point out that he is, because it shows it's not like that big of a sticking point for Republicans. He's just doing it to win votes. Jack sent $1 to say Oskar for president. Oh God, no, I don't want that. Lucky Phil, thank you for the $2 on Buy Me a Coffee. Bloody work, rewinds, sets to 2x speed. See you in the present soon. Starts driving home at 1:25 a.m. Yeah, Lucky Phil's a dedicated viewer who's in a very different time zone, so he's always bending over backwards to take in the show. So Debbie's in the chat for him, making it out, even though it's kind of hard for him to catch the live programming. And then over on YouTube Super Chat, we had Kronos who sent another $5 to say, so you don't support what's happening and do support the lies you were told. Do better research, caller. Yeah, I said it more nicely, but that was kind of the vibe on that call. And then Quentin sent $5 to say, it is statistically a fact that illegal immigrants commit less crime. This is a fact. Why do Trump supporters ignore this? Cool dragon gift. Oh, how fun. Thanks for the gifts, everybody. Who is that? Bratney? Are you a brat, Bratney? Thank you for the gift. I don't think you're a brat. Jazz sent $2 to say, sometimes all it takes is the right info. W Memo. Yeah, and I feel like I've been saying it a lot lately, especially with like some controversy about particular people that I platform or give a lot of airtime, but like I think a lot of hosts would be mean to a caller like that for some of the things that he said. Dude, why? Like, he's 18 and he missed middle school because of COVID. Like, what use is there in being mean to such a person? Like, who will that ever benefit? I'm just not interested in that sort of thing. We've got 80 hyper dad. That sounds like kind of a friendly username. I don't know if it is. We'll see. Hello. How old are you?
I am 38.
38. Are you a Trump supporter?
No.
I'll give you 10 seconds if you have a question, but I am just looking for debates for now.
Understood. I agree with the flag you have right now, but I am pro-immigration enforcement. The reason why I'm that way is because I think the whole problem that we are facing right now with our immigration debate is our immigration court system is so understaffed and so underfunded that we actually can't enforce the immigration laws we have in place. For example, a lot of the visa overstays that we wind up seeing are because we say you can't apply for a visa renewal before the 30-day mark before it expires. But it takes us 3 to 6 months to get back on those visa renewals. Yeah. So the people are technically overstaying their renewals, their visas.
I hear you, and I'll let you go. But I think fundamentally you and I agree, because I'm not supposing a world where there isn't immigration enforcement. I do think the organization needs a rebrand, and I think that every single human being who works there needs to not work at the next system, because every single person who works for ICE is a person who has co-signed their activities by not quitting their job. Even if you're sweeping the floors, even if that's all you do, if you are working at ICE, no, you are not a patriot. You are not somebody who I want protecting the country from fucking anything. So when I say like fuck ICE, it's like, well, fuck the current ICE, and we probably should name the next one something else just so people don't get confused. But I'm not against immigration enforcement as a thing. I even mentioned that to the previous caller, that I do want immigration enforcement to happen in the new system. I even mentioned deporting people who show up and commit violent crimes or something like that. If you fail your probationary period as a citizen or some other type of legal resident, I do think there should be consequences, and it makes sense that those consequences will be doled out by some group such as ICE. But I just think we need a rebrand, we need a reboot, and I really mean it. That even if all you do is move the mail in the office building, if you work there, you're fucking up. You're on my shit list. You know, you can't tell me that you were just sweeping the floors for the Nazis in 1938. Not interested in it. Don't want you sweeping the floors in the next building. Getting comments about the new lighting. Yeah, I finally did a better job. I've been really averse to spending money on the show, but I did get a new camera. I just want to send the donations in a way that amplifies the success of the show, and it was definitely time to make some changes in terms of different stuff. Though I didn't spend any money on the lighting, I just spent some time adjusting with it, adjusting what I already had. Charlie Kirk is here, back from the grave. I'm gonna hover the disconnect button. How old are you?
Yeah, 18.
Okay. You like Charlie Kirk?
I love Charlie Kirk, yes.
Why?
Because I'll just say, for one, faith, Christianity. I think that's one thing you should love someone for. I mean, you should love everyone. That's just basic human dignity.
I don't think that Charlie Kirk did love everybody.
Do you know anyone he hated?
He hated a lot of people like me. I wasn't active in the scene while he was alive, but people like me, he was really disrespectful to and rude. I would say that he, with what love means to me, I don't think his worldview that was one that was really compatible with saying that he loved women.
Okay, well, I would. So first of all, he did he didn't just hate the average liberal or anything. He actually said about Dean Withers, he had a heart out for Dean.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that he was good enough at PR to say that sort of thing, but I think that he treated his political opposition in a very dishonest way. Which is not the way that I try to treat my opposition. I think that there's good reason that it's hard to find really long form content of someone like Charlie Kirk talking to somebody like me, because I work really hard to operate with a foundation of honesty. And I don't think that he did. I think he had some debate tactics that were really disingenuous and were meant to trick people who only watched really short videos into feeling like without context he was making sense. He often referenced the lack of context when people criticized him, but if you look at that context, it was never very solid. So that's just a little bit of intellectual dishonesty. But I'm gonna finish. He used that intellectual dishonesty to promote ideologies that I really do believe he understood would make life for women and minorities in particular worse. And that to me doesn't scream of love.
Okay, so what I think, if he loved people, he would tell them what's right and what's true, and Jesus Christ is the truth, and his way is right, and he tried to spread that on a daily basis. Right,
I understand that was his proposed mission statement. That's what he told people he was doing. But what did Jesus tell us to do about the foreigner who resides in our land?
Give them clothes and food.
Specifically, the verse from the Bible goes something to the effect of, you should treat them as though they are any other person.
They are just any other person.
Right. So I think in addition to what I think about Charlie Kirk not really expressing love for other people who are in marginalized groups like women and minorities, I really don't think that he was upholding the teachings of Jesus when it comes to groups like the illegal immigrant.
Well, so if someone steals from the store, they just theft, if they're thieves, should we just let them be in?
Hold on. we are just let's not get away from it and move on to a situation where somebody is, committing this crime to feed themselves, even though I do see the parallel. I just want to make sure, before we get into this, we have to just establish you're a Christian. You value the teachings of Christianity. I will be transparent with you. I'm an atheist. I don't value the teachings of Christianity, but I do understand the teachings of Christianity. Why are you bringing up the laws created by man when I'm talking to you about the teachings of Jesus? Which is more important?
Teachings of Jesus.
Okay. So I think we should stay on the teachings of Jesus because, it's illegal to rob the store. And you're creating the parallel that it's illegal to come into the country illegally, obviously. But why does that matter? Like, it sounds to me like the laws that we have are not in alignment with the teachings of Jesus.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I don't usually okay, so I'm under the impression that atheists and liberals hate theocracy. And anytime I bring up my faith being inside of the law, they get really mad at me and triggered.
Do you want to know how I really feel about religion?
You hate it, I know.
I have a negative opinion of religion generally, but I don't want you to think that I'm going to project my hate towards certain things that religion has caused in the world onto you. I don't hate you.
Well, I don't hate you either. I am.
Well, so do you want to know how I do feel about religion?
Sure. Yeah.
As an atheist is just a person who's not convinced that any particular God exists. I recognize the logical possibility that I'm totally wrong about all this stuff. I just don't think it's likely. I think that there's lots of ways that we've learned as humans on Earth, how to figure out what's true, and we've been getting better at it lately. That's why we have medicine and iPhones and stuff. So we're getting real good at figuring out how stuff works. And the more we figure out how stuff works, the less we need God to fill these gaps in our understanding. And I just don't really see any good evidence to think that God is a good solution to the things that we still haven't figured out, because there's lots of stuff that we haven't figured out. And I think that all the religions are pretty in conflict with each other. So if you're a Christian and you're sure you're right, the Muslims are pretty sure that they're right, and there's lots of both of you, and at least one of the two groups has to be catastrophically wrong, or I think it's both of you guys, because there's a whole bunch of other groups. So we could talk about who's right, but I don't really think it's all that useful for me to sit here and try to convince you that God isn't real. That's just my perspective on it, so you know where I'm coming from. I think that for the most part, people are good or bad for reasons that have to do with their upbringing and their worldview and their opinions about things. And when they read a book like the Bible, it's easy for them to pick out the parts in it that promote their teachings and the parts that don't. I'll give you an example of a religious person who I really admire. I really like James Tellerico. He's running for Senate in Texas, and he's got a good chance of flipping Texas blue. And I don't just like him for that.
No.
We can talk about that later.
Texas, that's not going to happen.
It'll happen eventually. It's just a question of when.
Pray to God.
Well, yeah, but James Tellerico prays to God, and I think that he's what I call a good Christian, where he's so good-natured and decent a person that he's really impervious to some of the more hateful teachings of religion getting into his head. So when he reads the Bible, he reads it through a lens of wanting to do good things for people. So when he hears a line like, love thy neighbor, or teach the stranger who resides in your land as you would any other person, something like that, he really takes that to heart. He probably doesn't take it to heart when the Bible promotes things like genocide or infanticide or incest or abortion or all these terrible things that are also in the Bible. And I think that religion is kind of used as this guise where you can say, this is my worldview. I'm going to go find a quote from the Bible that supports it, because anybody can do that. There's lots of crazy stuff in the Bible from all sides, all different interpretations. And I think that Kirk was a similarly guided man, where I think he believed in God. I think he was religious, but I think that because he was not a decent, good-natured person, he's picking out very different quotes. He's going to ignore where it says, love thy neighbor. He's going to ignore where it says that you should treat the stranger who resides in your land as anybody else. So for me, as a person who doesn't really value the text, I see it and think, well, it's okay. It doesn't matter which side of the issue's on. You can find a line in the Bible that supports your side of it, because the Bible's fucking inconsistent, right? So for me as an outsider, I just look at it and say, look, I don't hate you for believing that. I understand why people end up religious. I don't think it makes you a bad person. But I think it's important that you recognize that the mechanism that you're using to determine what you should believe based on your religious beliefs is one that could lead you to believe some crazy, horrible things. Because you could tell me that the Bible says to treat your neighbor nicely or whatever. But I could also point out that after God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah and Lot's family escaped, his wife got turned into a pillar of salt on the way out, so he's left in the mountains with his two daughters, and their solution for starting up a new tribe of people is to get intoxicated and all have sex together so that they can have some incest babies and start up a new tribe of people. That's fucked up. And that's in like the beginning of the Bible. That's like one of the early chapters. Like there's a bunch of crazy shit in there. So like you can just pick which parts of it you think seem reasonable to you. And I just think we should use a better system than that to make policy.
I will say, and obviously I'm not saying, am I allowed to say the I word? I think you just said it.
Yeah. I'm a little looser. I appreciate you being respectful and not wanting to get the show taken down and not wanting to get me kicked. But I'm a little looser than most hosts on what we're allowed to say on here.
Okay, so yeah. In the beginning of times, incest was not only doable without making like kids with deformities, it was also a necessity. It was a necessity. And we wouldn't be here without it. And obviously, so the gene pool or the genetics back then were so pure and so clean that I don't know if I just lagged out or you did, but okay, there you are.
I can hear you.
I don't know if I'm lagging out or you are.
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me? Oh, we might be losing him. I think this is me. Unstable internet connection. Oh no. Oh.
Is that me?
No, it's me. Can you hear me? Hello?
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. It's me. It's both my live streaming services.
No, you can actually look it up.
Wait, hold on.
It sounds wrong.
Are we back? I just need to check if we're back. Are we back? Can you hear me?
No.
Sorry, chat. I still have internet. Let's see if I can load a new web page. Yes, my internet is working, so I should be good. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I think I got everything working again, so I am just going to do the ad read, and the reason I want to do that now is because everybody's going to take a couple minutes to come back in, and I think everybody wants to pick up the conversation immediately where we left off, so I'd like to give everybody a chance to come back. Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, the ad read is that I do this show every single day from 10 to 12 Central Time, sometimes longer. Today might be one of those days. I'm kind of feeling it because I don't need to be anywhere until a little bit later, and I'd like to do that. Normally, these days, I have somebody sitting in this desk over here. I do not have my in-house producer in today because she is doing some family stuff, and we got Raven doing timestamps from afar, so there are a couple people who work for the show, and that makes the show better because I cannot run this thing by myself. It's getting the fuck out of hand. So if you like what I'm doing, you can support me by going to the link tree in my bio and following me on all the platforms so you can find out, maybe the update if I have a situation like I just did where the stream glitches out and we need to hop back in. You can get in the Discord through the link tree in the bio, and that'll get you in so you can get the quick update that I'm sending from my phone that I'm restarting to everybody when I do something like that. Furthermore, you can follow things like the Sunday evening show, which happens only on YouTube at 7 p.m. Central Time, to get around the TikTok filter. So we have some special guests or sometimes some debates or friendly calls or different stuff. We did some live coverage of Trump's speech last night as an evening show. We do at least one a week every Sunday at 7 p.m., sometimes other ones, as we saw yesterday. And then after that, we do a members only stream if you want to just hang out and, have a beer with me, basically. Do some Ask Me Anything type streams. And the pay links are Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee is international, so I'll thank a couple people who've had some donations roll in the last couple of minutes. Araxis sent me a $2 on Cash App to say I wouldn't think gods would make borders. Yeah, that's kind of where we left the conversation off, so hopefully we can get back to that. And over on YouTube Super Chat, we have... ooh, wow, we've got a bunch. Hold on. These rolling in while I was glitching out, my goodness. Jazz sent, sometimes all it takes is the right info. Memo, that was the previous caller, I believe. Yeah, that's right. And then Jazz sent $5 to say CK was a dog shit debater. He only picked on people who he knew were unprepared, and his entire tactic was to gish-gallop and filibuster and then claim victory. I agree. I talked a little bit earlier in the call with my caller, whose username is Charlie Kirk, that I think that he really did employ some disingenuous tactics that I try not to on this show. Especially one of them just hiding behind the fact that he didn't generally post long form content of himself like I do every single day. Hi-Fi for $2 on YouTube Super Chat says, Christians have been conned by Republicans. I agree. Chronos sent $2 to say, even the internet is done with this college crap. I don't know, dude. Let's be nicer to the 18-year-olds. We're having kind of teacher mode stream today. I'd like to keep it that way. Let's be nice to the caller. Melissa sent me $2 to say, business Oskar and Jesse tore it the fuck up last night. Oh, business Oskar. Yes, I was wearing a tie for yesterday's show. Thought I'd never have to wear a tie again after I quit my job, but I'm taking my new job as being a live streamer a little too fucking seriously, so I decided to wear a tie to talk shit about Trump last night. And then Chrono sent another $2 to say, YouTube powered through. We'd have been here hours. Yeah, I cannot believe I didn't have to restart the YouTube stream. It survived a PC restart. I was down for like 2 or 3 minutes and it worked. So that's crazy. Thanks for not going anywhere, anybody. We're getting the viewership right back up. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, yeah. We already got over 500 people here. We're coming back. We're coming back. So Charlie Kirk, remind me, maybe the chat can help us. Where were we?
Yeah, so we were talking about how Charlie Kirk, was in favor of deporting, illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
However, Jesus would, probably oppose that. So I would honestly I think for the most part, yes. So I think like asylum seekers is something like Jesus would, definitely support. But
well, hold on. Why wouldn't he just support all of them?
All of them? Well,
okay, just to remind everybody who's maybe joining in, because we did have that interruption. I think we were at a point in the conversation where I was pointing out that the Bible teaches that we should be accepting of foreigners from other lands, right? Why are our earthly laws created by man recently so important, right? Like you're saying asylum seekers, yes, but illegal immigrants, no. Why does the Bible see the difference? We're talking about laws made by man here, and not even very important ones. Being an illegal immigrant is a misdemeanor.
Well, the Bible, if we go to the Torah, also gives the government, so just man, to make laws. I don't know exactly.
Well, and that's kind of where we were. You can find, there's a lot of issues where you can find the Bible saying it's good and the Bible saying it's bad. A lot of people reference their religion to say that abortion is bad, but the Bible has a section where a woman is prescribed an abortion by a priest because she cheated on her husband or something like that.
Well, actually, I don't know if I'm not going to pivot to that, but
I don't want to either. Actually, I announced at the beginning of today's show that I'm banning abortion as a topic because it's been on the show too much lately. I just wanted to point out another inconsistency. There's lots of inconsistencies in the Bible. So somebody like yourself can say, here, the Bible says I'm right, and I can point over there to where the Bible says you're wrong. And because it says both, I don't listen to the Bible. I listen to my own reasoning, my own thoughts about ethics and human suffering and governance and all this other stuff I've spent my life learning that is more consistent and does have a better track record of consistently yielding good results when it comes to politics. I think that Charlie Kirk was very guilty of doing that sort of cherry picking intentionally. I think that he knew that if he needed a biblical reason for something, he could go find it.
Well, in my opinion, I think Charlie Kirk genuinely did what he thought was right. Obviously, probably everyone on here is going to disagree. But I think
that's an important question because we're like, there's this question that I have all the time of whether the person I'm talking to has been fooled into doing some evil things or whether they themselves are an evil person. I personally think some of the beliefs that you hold are kind of evil, but I don't think you're evil, caller. I genuinely don't.
What beliefs? Do you know? I barely even talked.
You have been fooled into thinking that Charlie Kirk is somebody worth honoring with a username and profile picture, and that's enough for me to say that you hold some evil belief because I think that Charlie Kirk was genuinely evil. I think he knew what he was doing was dishonest. I think he knew a lot of the things that I'm explaining to you. I think he didn't care. I think he wanted to live in a country where people believe those sorts of things, and he made you into one of those people. And I think that because that's the case for you, I don't think that makes you evil. I think that makes you a victim of his evil. I think most Trump supporters, I think most people who are on the other sides of these issues aren't evil. They aren't bad intending people. They aren't people who want there to be suffering in the world. They're people who are mixed up about what a good path forward to avoid suffering or whatever you think is important is. And that for that reason, I'm really gentle with people like you. I don't feel the reason to be mean to you because talking to you, it doesn't seem to me like you're a bad dude. You don't seem bad-natured, as I like to call it. You seem like a decent guy. I just think that you have believed some bullshit that some very not good people have told you. And I really don't think that Charlie Kirk was a good person. I think that he promoted a worldview that was really harmful to women and minorities. And because of that, I just can't stand by the guy. And I think from watching him, it is my assessment, and I can call myself a little bit of a professional. I'm not, if we're going to measure in terms of the numbers, I'm not quite as successful as Charlie Kirk was, but I do kind of know what I'm doing when it comes to debates. And from observing him, I think he was being dishonest. I think he understood a lot of the things I'm saying, and he weaponized the fact that other people don't understand them to get them to believe that he was a good debater. I think I'm a better debater than Charlie Kirk. I'm sad that I'll never get to face him.
Okay, well, so I was like Charlie Kirk, like if we saw his like Cambridge debate, since those people were not American, he would just like make a bunch of lies about our country that they weren't able to call out because they don't know anything about our country. So he would do some disingenuous stuff.
Whoa, hold on. You hit the nail on the head. He would detect the things that they're able to refute, and he would say a bunch of bullshit that they're not qualified to refute. And then that made him look good in the debate, right?
I mean, not at the moment, yeah.
Right. I'm right, and I'm saying that is what he has done to you.
No, so because I am able to like see what is quote unquote wrong with him and what I see good in him. And
I'm going to be straightforward with you, and I we can dive into this. I don't want to just make this accusation and move on from it. I maybe want to sit here and talk to you about this a moment, but maybe it's the tone of today's episode because this happened with the first caller today. You're 18, right?
Yeah.
Which years of school did you lose to COVID?
Which years of school?
Mm-hmm.
From 2020
to 2022, roughly. What were those years? Was that middle school for you? Like, what grade were you in when we all had to stay home in March of 2020?
That was like 2020. That was like elementary, I think. I can't remember.
Right. But you lost a couple of years of normal school, right?
Yeah.
How did school feel for you when you got back?
Well, to be honest, I don't really want to like talk about this. I didn't like go to I didn't like I don't know. I didn't like go to I don't really want to talk about like because either way, like COVID's not, I don't know. I don't really want to talk about that.
I'm pretty gentle with college your age generally, but you're an adult, and I'm going to put a little pressure on you, and I'm going to ask, why don't you want to talk about that?
So, I mean, either way, like even irrelevant to COVID, like I wasn't able to really go to school much those years for just outside reasons.
Were you homeschooled?
There's just outside reasons where I wasn't able to do things.
My producer's calling me on the phone. I'm inclined to answer her. What's up, Jesse? Jesse has pointed out to me that if you can't answer that question straightforwardly, he's not an adult. So I've ended the call. If he's still listening, can't believe I didn't catch that. I was too nose to the grindstone on it. If you were in elementary school, that means you're younger than 18. Right at the end of that call, he said something very interesting, which is that he saw when Charlie Kirk would debate people who weren't from America, he would say things that were obviously false about America and convince them that he was right, and that was a disingenuous tactic. And what I said to the caller is that he has probably had Charlie Kirk do the same thing to him. He just doesn't realize that it's working on him because he's not a foreigner who doesn't understand America. He's a child who doesn't understand the world because our education system has failed him. And Charlie Kirk was taking advantage of that. So if you're still listening, caller, please take seriously what I just said. Just like those foreigners are ignorant of America and Charlie Kirk took advantage of that, you are young and you've missed out on some really formative years of schooling, and Charlie Kirk took advantage of that in you. But I don't talk to kids on my platform, so don't even fucking message me about it, dude. Follow the TOS, please. But maybe we can all learn from that. No, dude, I gotta trust. I see you in the queue. I gotta trust the mods and my producer on that one. She's right. In fact, I was wondering if it was homeschooling or there was something that was, but no, it makes more sense that the reason you couldn't put together what years of school it was is because you're just lying about how old you are. Maybe you're almost 18 and we can talk soon. But until then, really consider the fact that you are as ignorant of the world as an adult might be ignorant of America if they're not from here. I believe with my heart that Charlie Kirk took advantage of that in you. Link tree in the bio if you think I'm doing a good job. You can follow me on all the other platforms. That doesn't cost a dime, and it really does help. Especially if you follow the backup accounts. We got Oskar Quentin Music down here. Been switching back and forth between Oskar Quentin Music and Oskar Quentin 2 as the backup accounts. But get following on those in case I get banned from TikTok. But we've got over 300 people watching on YouTube, so the stream is healthy enough on YouTube that I would survive without access to TikTok. We are working on some hardware changes to be able to take phone number calls without risking the account getting banned. Working on that this coming week. I was going to do it last week, but I had to pay an Adobe ransom. So that ate up the show's budget for expansion for a week. So, you know, if you want bigger and better things to happen, you can go to the Linktree and find my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee is international. It takes a card number that works. So go ahead and do that. Brian went ahead and did that. He sent me $50 on Venmo. That's a fucking chunk. That pays for some of the employees. That pays for, you know, the 2 people I have help run the show. That pays for some gear. That's going to go towards the iPhone I'm buying next week to have yet another production phone. Because really trying to leverage this into doing some bigger things than just sit in this chair and debate with people on TikTok. That's why I run the evening show. That's why we're running the members only stream. That's why I'm going to be out on the street at 5:30 p.m. Central Time today for the rally for the people who have been killed by ICE as of late. So expect some content about that. Thank you for the $50, Brian. He says, "Hey, Oskar, recently retired Marine here, 20 years active. I've been watching you for a while, and I've got the utmost respect for you and the work you do. Takes massive guts. We need 100 more Oskar Quentins as effective as you are. Keep being awesome, brother." And put a cheers emoji with 2 beers crashing into each other. Maybe I'll think of you the next time I have a brew. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that you appreciate what I'm doing, and thank you for your service. It's meaningful to me that people who've served this country value what I'm doing. It seems they generally do. David sent $5 to say, "Where's all the 50+ MAGA supporters? You'd think after last night they'd be happy to talk about all that evidence." Yeah. We covered last night the wild speech by Trump where he just said a bunch of fucking nonsense. But you know, we haven't had anybody call in and want to talk specifically about that. So I downloaded all those zip files for nothing. I continue to accuse the Trump administration of intentionally packaging information in a way that's hard for non-millennials to access, because Trump voters aren't the type to download zip files and dig through them. They're just going to hear what Fox News has to say about them. Anyway, we're going to move on. We're going to talk to Toxic, and we're going to see if it's another toxic call. But judging by the, is that a hammer and sickle I see? Is this, are we going to switch from 18-year-olds who need guidance to communism? Is that what's happening on my show today? Kind of not in the mood for it. But maybe I'll talk to a communist. If he connects. He's not connecting. Come on. Nope, not connecting. So I'll keep yapping. I am really concerned about election integrity, not because of any of the evidence that Trump claims to have released through the White House last night, but just because I think it's obvious that the Trump administration is truly desperate to desperate to upset the elections in the fall. I mean, I don't know what exactly they hope to come out of last night. Toxic says pocket join. Yeah, it's the speculation I've been hearing is that he's trying to promote some other type of like J6 type situation, like get collars, using my own language on there, use his constituents, his voters to get them upset enough about election integrity that like maybe the outcome of the midterms don't matter, because if he reaps enough doubt about the election, come the election, people won't believe the outcome. I think the administration is very concerned about a blue wave in November, which is good news. Where are the Trump callers? I thought today was going to be busy. Tori asks if I have a tattoo. I do. I have the outline of a lake that's important to me on my arm. That's the only one, though. Haven't really been... I've wanted more tattoos. I've just been kind of broke through my 20s. So, you know. And that's the sort of luxury that I'm not really looking to spend stream money on. I'm not really interested in the lifestyle inflation. Other than getting myself a better guitar, eventually. A better acoustic guitar, because my acoustic guitar is a piece of shit. Though I've made enough money as a gigging musician. I should have just bought a better one already. I don't really have to think about that as stream money, because I do make money as a musician. Thank you for the $1, Megan. She sent me $1 on Venmo to say... You're my new favorite debate streamer. I know you've found your niche, but you would have made an incredible social worker. Love you. Thank you. I am sad that I'm not a high school teacher anymore. The company I was working for teaching like computer programming to children in 2020 went under because of COVID. So I had a gap in my history of formally being an educator. And that ended last year when I got this job as a substitute high school teacher. And I really, really liked that. I was like, it's so fun being the cool sub, like being the sub that walks in the room and the kids are like, oh, we got Mr. Oskar sick. And I'm like, yeah, it is sick. I'm going to make you do your work, but we're going to have fun anyway. I worked at a private school, so it's pretty privileged educational experience, and the kids were pretty well behaved. Thanks for the jellyfish, Tina. And that made it easier for me to have a nice time as a student or as a teacher, working with these much more respectful kids than you might get in the public school system. And it gave me some interesting perspective through Metro Surge here in Minneapolis, as you guys know, because I worked some security for the school during that time because I had the hours. Because Metro Surge was fucking terrifying for kids. Anyway, just thinking out loud. I appreciate you. Canadian Princess sent $10 Canadian to say, glad I found your channel a few weeks ago. I appreciate your candidness. You're harsh with the disingenuous and kind to the misled kids. Love from a fellow former educator. Love to Jesse and Raven. 2 W's in the chat for Jesse and Raven for helping to run the show. The more the show grows, the more we're edging towards me not doing hopefully much at all of the editing and like management stuff, so I can be live for more hours. And then additionally, we're getting to the point where like most days, like 5-6 days a week, either Raven or Jesse are sitting in that chair over there running the show live, which is great. It keeps me much better on task. There's a lot of stuff on this screen. Very difficult for me to keep track of it all. I lose track of the donations. I lose track of the Discord messages. Let's see. Is there anything important happening in the Discord? Probably. Oh yeah, they're just telling me that I was frozen, which I was. We got that fixed, and let's get caught up here. Hex says, Oskar, did you go by Oskar in the classroom, or did I go by Mr. Quentin? I went by Oskar. I just always have been Mr. Oskar as a teacher. So in most of the schools I've worked in, it's been last names, but I have always just made the ask of being Mr. Oskar because it just, I don't know. I think that my approach to education has always been a very like personal one. Like I don't like the divide that's created between students by students being called by their first name and teachers being called by their last name. So I always have requested to be Mr. Oskar, and there's a couple schools where they've forced me to go by Mr. Quentin. But I don't know. I feel like my educational style is a more effective one if I can just like be a guy to them, just be a person. And that's hard to do when you have these formalized barriers that change the communication. Because a lot of you may have detected that a lot of the ways that I talk to younger callers are often just like informal, casual ways, which I think are just way more effective at reaching them. And I always felt that the last name thing was kind of a barrier to that. So I have some places have made me go by the last name. But I just really strongly prefer going by the first name. Because a student should be able to say, hey, Oskar, and I should turn my head, like they should be able to have that level of, especially working with high schoolers where we're training them to become peers for real adults out there in the world. Like the fact that they like a 17, 18-year-old, maybe you're an adult while you're still in high school, depending on when your birthday is, the idea that you have to have this barrier between me as a professional and you as a non-peer to me. Now, can't treat students as peers, obviously, for a bunch of reasons. But I think that there are just a couple of ways in which it's valuable in order to level the playing field and make them feel comfortable in conversation with you. But yeah, so I've always been kind of a stickler about that. I don't like a bunch of the old school formal rules that infantilize children beyond when it's necessary. Otherwise, they don't grow up. Josh sent me $5 on Venmo for the retro gaming fund to ease your heart after a mostly heavy debate week. Love you all. Thank you, Josh. Ugh. Do I play video games? No. Productivity, editing, plans, scheming. Trying to do something here. Can't get sucked back into it. I am gonna take an 18-month break from streaming whenever Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out on PC. I'm kidding, don't worry. But maybe I'll take a couple days off. I don't know. Am I gonna take a day off? That's the fucking question. My birthday's coming up. I just don't want to. Like, what do I want to do on my birthday? I want to wake up and I want to do the stream like I do every day, and then I want to enjoy my birthday for the rest of the day. Yeah, I don't want to take a break. I'm not burnt out yet. I think that, you know, I talk a lot about it on the show, like what makes me good at this. And I think just one of them is that people are like, how do you have the energy to do this every day? And for me, it's that it's like more upsetting not to do it. I'm so upset about all this stuff that's happening. I'm so passionate about all these things that I sit here and talk about that I can't, like, it bothers me to do nothing. I feel so much more comfortable in my day-to-day life now that I feel like I have an outlet for all this upset, and it's this, and I feel like I'm doing something really effective. That like, that's better than not doing it. So, you know, I have experienced burnout in my life. I have had chapters where I've worked way too hard for too little money and just gotten tired and been, like, you know, unable to function properly. Like, I know to look out for that when you're working hard. And I had like 2 months where I really was working that hard on this show because I had to work full-time hours to pay for my life while getting this show profitable. And I like dove in and said, like, all right, I can handle 30 or 60 days of grueling misery where I don't do anything but stream and sleep and work. And I did that, and I like got over the hump on it. That was a success. That was like a risk I took for my own like sanity, but it was worth it. It's paid off, and I get to be much more comfortable now. I get to take my evenings off, and you guys know I've got Jesse and Raven working for the show, and that makes it so that I'm far more able to, like, you know, get up early, go for a run with the dog. We're deep enough in the stream for me to mention it. I didn't necessarily want to put it at the onset of the stream. My dog Noodle has been fired as mascot of the show because yesterday when the show started, she started barking her head off the moment I did the intro. And I thought, oh, her smart ass. She has always outsmarted her training. It's an arms race getting her to guide her rocket of attention to the right place. And she has just figured out that if she's noisy while I'm live, she'll get quelled. She'll get attention. She'll get a walk from the producer. She'll get a treat. She'll get like something so I have arranged with my neighbor, who's normally my pet sitter, that she will just be in. This is an apartment in my apartment building that I already had a key to because it's like a buddy who, like, we have keys to each other's apartment and eat breakfast together and stuff. So I've made an arrangement that my dog is going to be in his apartment during the show. It like kind of felt like, you know, I've got this like messy background where I just sit here in my music setup and like, this is just my apartment that I live in. So there was honesty in the fact that when there's noise in the hall or something like that, you'd hear my dog bark for like a minute, and I always say, oh, pardon my dog, she heard something in the hallway. And I joke, you know, when the chuds come to murder me, she'll let me know. But she has figured out that it will get her attention if she's disruptive of the show and too many people watch. Do we have Free Noodle in the chat? Oh, she'll be back. She'll make guest appearances, but and I'll make sure to feature her in some content because I know everybody loves the critters. The cats haven't been very busy today. Where have they all gone off to? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, Noodle. for I cannot believe it took me 5 months to have to figure out a situation where Noodle's not in the room for the show, because she is a noisy dog. She barks at fucking everything. She loses her mind when a person comes into the room, and she's much better behaved with me when she's alone than she is with other people, and that's harder for me to train because you know, you have to instruct other people how to behave around your dog if you want your dog to be well trained on how to behave with other people. And it's always a leaking ship. There's always people who are going to, like, you know, if she's being a little too pushy for attention, they're going to like push on her face instead of giving her the command. But pushing on a dog's face while they're trying to engage with you is a reward. She wants you to push on her face. That's what she loves. She wants to wrestle and play and have fun. So, you know, it's always difficult. And when we started having Jesse or Raven in the producer's chair, it took her like 2 or 3 weeks to be like, ooh, the person who's sitting at this desk will give me attention and let me out into the hallway and, you know, go for a walk with me or whatever if I just bark my fucking head off. So if she knew what the show meant to me and her life, she would quiet the fuck down, but her brain doesn't work that way. So Noodle has been fired. That's the update. But I do really appreciate all of the free Noodle quotes or hashtags in the chat. That's fun. Maybe we can get a camera from my neighbor's apartment so we can have the Noodle cam. I know, because Pickles is the streamer. He named his platform after his dog. His dog's name is Pickles, so he has like Pickles cam on his stream. Maybe I should have Noodle cam, but no, that'd be sad because she'd be like sitting there sleeping in an empty apartment while my buddy's at work. People would be like, free Noodle. It'd be good for the engagement, but I don't want to use my dog for engagement. Anyway, it is a sad decision to make, but it is just like, this show's getting the hell out of hand, like in terms of viewership. Like if I pull 1,000, most days I break 1,000. Like we had a split stream because of tech issues today, so we're a little low on viewership, but like breaking 1,000 every day is fucking insane. Thanks everybody. Seriously, it's all of you engaging, talking in the chat. How many cats do I have? I have 3. I have 3, and only one of them is really active on the stream. She like shows up all the time. Where the fuck are they though? I don't know where my kitties are. I checked in them with all this morning when I fed them. I don't see a single one of them right now. They must all be sleeping. Anyway, Pickles and Noodle meet and greet. I don't know. Noodle loves a road trip. Maybe I'll drive down to Texas and have a beer with Pickles. I don't know. We are just yapping because there's nobody in the queue. So thank you for the 800 people who have decided, 900 people who have decided it is worth their time to sit and listen to me yap. But maybe I'll be pushy and I'll say the streamer thing I hate saying, which is that if you're watching on TikTok, you can get double tapping away on the screen to get us pushed out to that For You page so that we can get some new callers, because we did get some new callers today. Today's been kind of a pleasant day, which is rare on this show. It's unfortunate that that second caller was probably not old enough to be on the line. We had to cut that short because that felt like what could have been a productive conversation. So, yeah, I don't know. Candace, thank you very much for the $30 on Venmo. I could listen to you all day. Keep it up. You can. The YouTube channel's there. Sorry for getting a cheeky ad read on based on your donation, but I really do appreciate you supporting content that you enjoy. It is donation driven. I you know, like the ad money's good. The ad money's surprisingly good for how, like, you know, like my VOD numbers aren't crazy, you know, like each episode of this show gets like 1,000 to 2,000 views after the fact. And that pays like more than I would expect, but it's still like less than $100 per episode. So the show really does run on donations. And it is with those donations that I'm doing such things as hiring Jesse and Raven to help run the show. I'm able to afford this trip to Las Vegas that I'm doing in September to do an in-person debate. I've got some stuff on the calendar, people. Got some travel plans, buying some gear, doing some greater things. So thanks very much for the donations. It really makes a difference in terms of what the show can be. We got 15 minutes left in the scheduled show, but I am almost feeling like going a little bit long today. I'm almost thinking we go an extra hour long, maybe 2 hours long. I'm the one editing the show today, so that's on me. I don't know. Mods, tell me what you think about it. Oh, we had somebody in the queue. I was about to click and they're gone. When is the in-person date? It's mid-September. I'm not gonna release information about that. It's not Jubilee. Just because that's the first question everybody asks. Everybody says, "Is it Jubilee?" No, it's something like Jubilee, but it's not Jubilee. But it is a person I'm excited to debate. Yeah. Rogue Ghost is saying Q teasers. Yeah. Lots of people. Thoughts about the speech last night. We could talk a little bit about it just because we are waiting for callers, and I haven't really covered it from the beginning because I do have open. Let's see. Oh, not that one. Let's see. Let's get this open. I did save. We've got this election integrity website where there's these 4 categories, and then they gave you these downloads, and like we just looked at this first one today, but like this is evidence. This is what evidence looks like in the Trump era. Will's asking if it's a 1v1. No, it's a 10v1, and I'm one of the 10. So I have to engineer an approach to this debate that gets me as much airtime as possible. Same strategies I'm going to use when I end up on Jubilee. When I get to Jubilee as a member, I assume that my first... Here, I'll put this down for a second so we can keep talking about it. I assume that when I get to Jubilee, the first... time I'm on Jubilee will probably be me as one of the 20 on a 20v1, and my strategy is going to be I'm going to train getting to the chair quickly. I'm going to like use episodes of Jubilee to measure the distance between the chair. I'm going to find folding chairs that are similar, and I'm going to practice getting to the chair stupidly fast because they have this fucked up ableist approach to debate where you have to play fucking musical chairs, and if you're quick at that, I'm a distance runner and I'm tall. So I should be able to get to the chair fucking quickly. So if I prepare for the debate and I get really polished on a couple of the prompts, because they give you the prompts in advance, I can get to the chair first. And I think everybody who enjoys this show knows I'm probably not very likely to be outvoted very quickly on an episode of Jubilee. So that if I'm up against somebody who I value, whose name I want in a title of a video with mine, I will get 20 minutes with them. Because if I get to the chair first, I should be able to hold them for 20 minutes. So I'm trying to like the people who like engineer getting really good at Jeopardy and then go on and crush it. I'm training for Jubilee because I want to teleport to that chair, and I want 20 minutes, and then whoever I'm up against, there will exist the 20-minute Oskar and this person debate that can be its own video, so that I can leverage that to get promoted on social media outside the context of being one of the people in an episode of Jubilee's 1v20. Maybe that'll get me selected for the 1v1 at the end. I think a small sprinter would be faster. Good point. Good point. Good point. But just the same, I'm going to do the best I can. And my point is that athletically, like no joke, I think I can get to the chair a lot faster than the average person. So, yeah, I'm trying to leverage those in-person opportunities to get as much done for the platform as possible. Rogos is saying the reach will win it. That's the thing. Like, my reach is super duper long. I'm 6 foot tall and my arm span's a little long compared to my height. So like, I should be able to just like dive and get to that chair quickly. And I've got the explosive power to start to get there. Cause I'm not a sprinter. A sprinter I think would be better for this than a distance runner, but I'm kind of a mid-distance runner. Like my most impressive time as a runner has always been my mile, which is, as far as distance goes, like pretty short. But for exercise, I run long distances. I run like 3 to 5 miles. So, usually anyway, when I'm trying to get a good exercise in, but more time for that because, people have been donating to the show. I get to pay people to do the extra work and then I get to go back to living my life normally. Anyway, this fucking evidence is wild. Let's look at, so we looked at this one at the beginning of the show, but just jumping in here, like email, everyone's favorite topic, declass, it's a bunch of emails and stuff where like, am I to believe that this is... Take a minute and read through this report. It cites some of the same intel and logic used in 2020 to say that the same units were not engaged in... I can't even fucking read this out loud. TikTok's gonna flag me. But instead only issue focus now to argue that China is influencing the blank election. That's the thing. Like, they keep blocking out which elections they're talking about in these files. And that to me just seems really unlikely. Okay, we have like a national intelligence officer who's not named. Like, it makes sense that would be redacted. We should consider how this looks and on what logical, nonpartisan basis the IC makes calls one way or another, why this unit engaged in election influence in the blank and blank up to promote China's interest. Like, this one's not even super heavily redacted. It's from December 23rd, 2021. So a year into Biden's term. Like, what... They cite blank as actively as being the Chinese military. Like, all of the important stuff is redacted. And I've perused a lot of these. So like, what are we... Look at this. What is this? What are we to garner from this? Beijing escalating efforts to shape U.S. policies on China from when? June of 2020. So this was leading up to the election. This is a redacted document where the only part that's unredacted, it says, warn a White House official that Beijing had derogatory information on him in an effort to compel him to take restrained approach to China. Blank, China's attempt to use blackmail against U.S. administration official, redacted, revealed the information through social media. We assess that this threat is credible. Lower level Chinese officials have recommended collecting and using black materials against perceived anti-China U.S. officials since at least January 2019. This is the most detailed and authoritative recommendation that we have seen. So when it says something like this is the most detailed and authoritative recommendation we have seen, it'd be really fucking convenient if the rest of this document wasn't redacted to all heck. And I'm not cherry picking. I'm picking these fucking randomly, people. Oh, that one couldn't be accessed. This is a local file. Why couldn't it be accessed? Okay, here we go. This one's not very redacted. What does this say? Ahead of the 2020 presidential election, China had extensive plans to utilize potential blank and cyber operations to sway public opinion. Again, like, you're not telling us the mechanism by which they influence the election. That's the one word you choose to redact here. Sway public opinion. China plans were designed to exploit U.S. societal fissures and vulnerabilities to influence U.S. and other audiences, and by extension, U.S. government decision-making. The plans address several scenarios, including military conflict between U.S. and China, as well as other potential crises. The blank operations themes, the redacted operations themes, covered a broad range of topics to exploit China perceived to be U.S. fissures and vulnerabilities, perceived or real, including racial tensions, alleging that white people hate black people, come on, inciting demonstrations and marches as evidence of radical divides, increasing the level of conflict between police and anti-racism activists, and feeding any sense that U.S. law enforcement resents the USG and people of color. USG tensions within the U.S. military, political party disagreements, Congress, Trump administration conflicts, women's rights, U.S. South China Sea politics, alleged U.S. war aspirations, and internal propaganda. I'm sorry, are we talking about alleged? When was this from? When is this document from? Alleged U.S. actions, like maybe the fucking war in Iran? I don't know. What is this? What are we looking at, everybody? Like, what? Like, I don't know. I need to. I'm probably going to spend some time this evening going over some of the stuff that the people in the Discord found, because I did read through it this morning. Some of the Michigan stuff seemed interesting, but I just don't understand it well enough to sit here and like argue about it. But I think it's perfectly clear that they're basically saying, trust me, bro, the stuff behind these redactions demonstrate that China's up to like seriously no good, I promise. But it just seems like a bunch of stuff that the administration has been complaining about. Are they really going to blame racial tensions in the US on China? Come on. Be so for real. Really? You're blaming China for for people not liking law enforcement and how they handle race issues here? They're grasping for straws. But they're grasping for straws in a way that's effective. My general impression, like jokes aside, is that speech last night was not for serious individuals such as myself. It's not going to be effective on somebody like me to say that type of bullshit on the television. But it will be effective on Trump supporters, which is why I'm very surprised that the line is clear. Not one person has called in and asked me about this today. Not one person has called in and said, have you seen the mountain of evidence that Donald Trump released about election interference yesterday? Because I thought this was all what I was going to talk about on the show for weeks. I thought this was going to be the big bombshell, just like when the Iran war started, where the Iran war started, and for like 2 weeks, there was no topic on this show but Iran for the most part. That doesn't seem to be what has happened at all. And I'm just, I'm kind of flabbergasted by that. And it makes me wonder if, like, I don't know. It just makes me wonder about what the effect of this speech was on Trump voters. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'll invite ParadoxofTolerace up for a moment. I don't want it to be a friendly stream. If I'm going to go long today, which I might, I would prefer to get a debate, but I'll say hi to ParadoxofTolerace. Hello.
Hi, 50, friendly. Thanks for having me up again. Hey, this is just another example how everything that the president, and in fact the entire GOP has ran on, are lies. From the birtherism to lock her up, to now, this is just a continuation of what our media used to call the big lie. And it's the same thing with vilifying immigrants and trans people. Every single issue that they have platformed, first of all, in most cases, were small issues. They were made mountains out of molehills. They are nothing burgers when it comes to the true issues in our country. And perhaps the most disturbing thing that they have attacked with dishonesty is intellectuals, is education, is the ability for people to make clear decisions. It's all to cloud the water, to muddy things and reality. And I think that is not pointed out enough. I truly, and I think your show has been showcasing this, that more and more of them, by them I mean MAGA, and I don't like to others because that's what fascists do, right? Mm-hmm. Which is exactly right along with their script. Every accusation is a confession. You can go down the line, whether you're talking about Brit or Echo, for their 14 tenets of fashion. They check every single box. And I think more and more people are either understanding that they've been lied to and either don't care, or they don't read and they're not smart enough to understand. And just my suggestion, I'm hoping this kicks off somebody lurking to come up and say that's not right. But it's also the bastardization of this, white supremacist Christianity that seems to be overtaking the moralities in this country. It's absolutely disgusting. And like, look, I'm happy to have a debate over the Bible. There's a lot of junk in there, but I'll still stand by the Golden Rule or the Sermon on the Mount. There are some good things to be found there. There's just so many contradictions that it makes it difficult to hold on to. So I kind of skipped over it, but I think you can look. I think you can do a better job if you want a little bit of criticism of staying up to date with current events, like because your channel, I feel, primarily is for education, and you do an amazing job of that, and you have fantastic experts on here. We're talking about law of the wild. Haven't seen him in a while. I mean, I could go on and on. It seems like everybody that you have to add context or, just a professional perspective is super, super valuable and love to see more of that. Just, I guess I'm glazing you and the people that you include on your show. But it is also, I think you can't say this enough, that everything that MAGA is, everything that they've spoke to is nonsense. It's nothing burger.
And that's why I always have that approach. It's that question I ask: who told you that? Like what do you mean? Why do you think that? That is made up horseshit. And for me, like, I get caught every now and then just not knowing a particular piece of vocabulary or something like that, and that can make me look bad. And something I point out to people is, like, I haven't, like, my academic resume that makes me good at this is kind of out of date. Like, I haven't been involved in this shit in years. I started streaming in February after listening to, like, Dean and Parker for a few months. I didn't know the talking points when I started this. My greatest weakness as a debate host when I started is just that I was reasonable, so I was good at debating. I have good background knowledge. I know my history. I know my civics. But there were a bunch of arguments that people brought me when I was new at this, where I can listen back and be like, oh yeah, I destroy that argument now because I know the type of bullshit it is. I know why that study they're referencing is not a good resource, or I know these common things. I have had to do the work of it in addition to doing the work of running the show and get myself up to speed, and it's ever evolving. That's why I'm working to get the Discord built into a resource that's able to get me information faster and keep me educated and up to date, because I got into a situation a couple of months ago that I'm kind of out of now, where I was spending so much time working to pay my bills and so much time working to run the show where I just didn't have time to pay attention, and I was falling behind the news more aggressively than I'd like to, and that's getting better, and the Discord's helping out a lot with that. But it is an immense part of the job, just like keeping up with this. I mean, I spent an hour or two last night looking at these documents, and I spent some time this morning reviewing what the Discord had sent me on it, and it still is just this rat's nest pile of news that I need to get up to speed on. I'm almost thankful that people haven't called in to interrogate me about it, because it is a pile of work that maybe they're getting through. But, like, I want to talk to MAGA callers about what happened yesterday. But the burden ends up being on me to become so educated on it that I can refute whatever bullshit they bring me. It's a chore that I need to deal with every single day, and I'm not always great at it.
And we can't all know everything. Like, that's why the need for specialists is super important. And you have some good people that come up and speak. Like to see more of that. And also, like, hey, you got another conversion today. You had another kid that you talked to, you listened to, he listened to you, and you made progress. And man, if you can just doing one of those a day, will change things. And, like, look, it's the division in our country is narrow, in that if all of us, and I guess when I say us, I say progressives, if every progressive can convert just one of the MAGA faithful, the tide will turn. The tide will turn.
Well, and it takes conversations like that happening, and that's why I preach a little bit about what I said about that call today, which is, like, I think people on the left are too mean to people who there's hope for. I think we're so upset about everything that's happening that we, like, don't want to be friendly with a person who believes differently than us, but that's just not effective. And I think ethically also just, like, not always sensible. Like, a lot of these people, I really don't think if you're 18 and you think Charlie Kirk was cool, dude, you didn't have middle school. Like, I'm not gonna harp on you for being completely miserably misguided. I'm just gonna see what I can do about it, because that's bad. Now, if you're 50 and you think Charlie Kirk was cool, that's a different story.
Young adults make mistakes, and that's why it's even more valuable to catch them and convert, so that they do less damage with what are toxic beliefs. If you're against immigrants or people that have a different sexuality than you do, or you're educated, like, the things that they are turning against are actually some of the most valuable things in our society. So, great work. But hey, look, on your sign, they say that your Trump's speech showed they are desperate. They still control 3 branches of government. And the other thing that we've seen is a retraction of a consolidation of the media by these billionaires that are intentionally censoring and not explaining context in the news. That's one of the reasons why it takes a lot more work in 2026 to really figure out what the story is, because so much of it is being presented in a way that obfuscates the responsibility of the media to call power to account, right? That we're not doing a good job of that. So I think to say that they're desperate, they still have all the means of power, and in my opinion, we have not, as enough people out there, have not done enough to stop it. Debates are great, protesting is great, but we're looking at, not only for the sake of our country, but for the whole world, right? This evil, this fascist regime has to be stopped no matter what. And it's just simply not enough to wait for the pendulum to swing back. It has to go further than that. I think there will be a day, I pray that there will be a day that nobody will admit that they supported MAGA. But we're a long ways away from that.
I'm curious what it's going to be like in 20 or 30 years when people talk about this time. Like, you know, I think Trump supporters are going to feel rare, but we're all going to know that a bunch of people supported this. A bunch of people drank the Kool-Aid. A bunch of people fell for it. But I mean, that's why I'm so gentle with people who are honest. It's hard to admit that you were that wrong. On that, could I ask you a quick favor, Paradox?
Of course.
I'm going long today. I'm going to use the bathroom. Can you hold the air while I step away from the chair for a moment, and then I'll bring Bad Views in as my next caller?
Oh yeah, sure. I'll do my best to soapbox based on what the chat has to say. I guess I'm side producer.
Kick him if he says the N-word. I'll be right back.
I will use the R word. This is something I brought up in the past.
Don't use the R word.
The R word, regressives.
Ah, yes, yeah. You can give your regressive speech while I'm in the pisser. I'll be right back.
I'll do that. MAGA, you're not conservatives. Your movement is not conservative. You're regressives. Full blown, step back, climb into the basement, regressives. The Conservative Party, unfortunately, now is the Democratic Party. They are rejecting progressive policies, progressive voters. So we all need to look at this, and please, 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 everyone start using this language and calling out others who use the conservative word when describing MAGA. It's in the title. Make America Great Again. It calls to a fictional time of the past. It's all make-believe. But their tax policy, their social policy, everything that they do is regressive. And regressive is an ugly word. The world moves forward whether we like it or not. And I think being progressive also includes using the right language when describing that this MAGA movement in our country gets away with being called conservative. It's disrespectful to the word conservative, because let's talk about Roosevelt. True conservatism, creating a national park system to protect nature and what makes this land beautiful and great. And by the way, the regressives are stripping that away. So much love to you, Oskar. Love to Raven, to Jesse, to the chat. You got some beautiful people in the chat. And go with the spirit that Oskar has of slowing down and talking to people and understanding them better, because we do share this country with them. We have to find a way to stitch it back together. As ugly as it's been, it's important that we do better with that and not allow. The whole point of politics these days is to separate, to keep what is the true power of the people in place. They stripped it off. So, Oskar, thanks a lot for letting me come up and talk, man.
Thanks for holding it down. I appreciate you very much. W's in the chat for Paradox of Tolerance. Always good on the air. I'll thank a couple of donors who went to the link tree in my bio and found the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee is international. And then we'll get into bad views, who I definitely have spoken to before, but I don't remember which bad views are his. We'll find out. Bryn sent me $20 to say, daily VOD listener while at work over the last couple months. Got forced to work a 6th day last week, warehouse with no AC. Wanted to send a bit of it to you for helping me through. Glad you chose to put me in your ear, man. I appreciate it. It's cool that, like, you know, I've got all the things I like to listen to when I'm working, and the fact that I'm that for a lot of people is very meaningful to me. So glad to help you get through the day. Christina sent me $10 to say, love your streams. Thank you for everything you're doing. Certified positive reinforcement dog trainer. Happy to offer free virtual consults for you and Noodle anytime. And then there's some private information. Yeah, I will just say, as embarrassing as it is that my dog has been difficult on the show, she's been through some dog trainers. She is a special case. Every dog trainer has told me that they have never had so difficult a time training out the behavior of demand barking, because she's not lacking in exercise, she's not lacking in stimulation, she's not lacking in like social time with other animals or other people. Like I work really hard on her, but she has some aggressive chapters sometimes with some of her, particularly demand barking is like her like worst behavior that she really struggles with. So yeah, I might reach out, but I do have a mountain of people offering, and I have, even before getting help from people on the internet, I've been dealing with it for years. She's great with me. She's great when I'm alone. But even when it's just me in the room, there's no producers, you can tell I'm doing something social by talking into this microphone, and she gets jealous. But anyway, yeah, lots of positive reinforcement training for her working breed ass, because she needs a job. That would probably be good for her. Kevin, thank you for the $5. He said, love the work you're doing. Sent you a message on IG with some Jesse Wells music you may not have heard, but I think you would like. Man, he releases so much music I cannot listen to it all. But Jesse Wells is fantastic, and I really hope to get to see him live at some point during this whole thing, because I feel like that's an important thing for me to remember when I'm old, when I reflect on this time. For $2 on YouTube Super Chat, Melissa sent, as a Southern queer, I'm so very proud of y'all. Thank you very much. Always trying to stand in solidarity. W. Raven, I haven't said it enough. After the timestamping yesterday, I feel that I need to. That was $5 from Kronos, because he did some timestamping while Raven stepped away from the keyboard. And yeah, it is a super annoying task. So W's in the chat for Raven for doing that. But I think I'm caught up on the donations. That being the case, we'll jump back into the debates by talking to Bad Views, who's going to remind me how old he is and perhaps remind me what we talked about. Or we can start fresh. How old are you?
38.
You're a Trump supporter?
I voted for him 3 times, if that qualifies.
Sure. I mean, you could be a person who voted for him 3 times, but has been convinced in the last 18 months that was a silly thing to do. But I'm not getting the sense that that's your situation.
Yeah, it's not for sure.
Why do you...
Like you're saying... Yeah, I wanted to come up earlier when you were talking about something, but I was driving, so I couldn't.
Sure.
So I was hoping you... and I think this is a really important thing that we figured out as a country. You said... something reading the documents, like, are we really supposed to believe that China is to blame for racial tensions or something along those lines?
Yeah, I think that's nonsense.
Oh, you froze.
Oh, I'm frozen? Oh, is it wait, I got the inactivity warning. Is it happening again? My goodness. Am I frozen on YouTube? Oh, I can see on my phone. I'm frozen with such a silly look on my face.
Yeah, I don't know if people can hear me, but...
Yeah, I can hear you. Are we doing this again? Are we rebooting again?
If I got the mic and nobody can hear him and they can only hear me, I'll just say, you guys remember that we found out that we had organizations paying racist to organize marches, to be racist, you know, all that stuff. And then we got China paying to promote it.
Oh, it's not even letting me get. It's not even letting me get to the
racial tensions are fake. So I hope Oskar can convince me they're real.
Yeah, I think that racial tensions are
we
real.
Got a lot of information in the last year, and we all live our own lives. I think we all live our own lives, and most of us probably go.
All right, I'm trying to disconnect him. There we go. I got him disconnected because I want to be able to answer if he says that racial tensions are fake. That's fucking nonsense. Terrible lag. What is this has happened before, and I don't know what causes it, but I do know that restarting my computer fixes it, so that's probably what I'm gonna do. We might be back. We'll see if we're back. Let me know in the chats. Let me know. Say we're back in the chat if we're back. We didn't lose all the viewers on YouTube. Incredible. We'll see if we get who was it? Bad Views. We'll see if we get Bad Views back. And he thinks that race issues aren't real. So he said something like that. I'd love to get back in on that. So this issue that we're having has happened before. I don't know what the solution is, but a full restart does get it to go away. It's weird. Both streaming services fail at the same time, even though my internet is working. So like I can go to a browser and use the internet, but both streaming services fail and they're independent. One is streaming to TikTok through their software. One is streaming to YouTube through OBS. So how exactly that is happening, I have no idea whatsoever. Ooh, let's get the backup account in the corner. Always forgetting to do that. We're going to request, accept, join. There we go. Good. Okay. There we go. I'm back on YouTube. We're back. All right, we're back on both. Good. Are they trying to silence me? No, I think it's a tech issue. Let's see what we got on YouTube Super Chat rolling in. Even with the tech issues, still enjoying the stream, says Jazz for $2. Thank you very much. Power through, y'all. We'll be back after this short break. YouTube chat. We're here more than the host is at the moment. Appreciate you, Kronos, for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. Love the show. I'm a work listener. All love from Sean. Thank you for the $2. And Jen sent $2 to say, 2 cut socks, but they cut socks. Discord chat. Yeah. Let's give Oskar some stuff to read when he's back. Thank you, Kronos, for the $2. I'm reading it backwards now. And yeah, caught up on there. Let's see. Yeah, we'll get the viewership back. Maybe silver lining. This is good. Maybe we can keep rolling in the TikTok algorithm and get pushed out to the For You page and get some new callers. Though we were going to talk to Bad Views, and I'd like to continue that conversation. We shall see if we can. Holy shit! I do have some Venmos to read, but I almost feel like I should wait for the viewership to return because one of them's hefty. I always feel bad reading out the donations when nobody's watching, like when I come back. But sometimes it is a good way to fill air, because filling air is important. That's my piece of advice to a lot of streamers who are my size and are not getting the views that they want. Just fill the dead air. Find a way to keep yapping. Bad Views is back! So we're going to hit the ground running and get back into the stream after I thank a couple of people. Did I read Kevin? I think I read Kevin. What did Kevin say? Love the work you're doing. Sent you a message on it. Oh yeah, Jesse Wells. Thank you for the $5, Kevin. And then Vera sent $100. And I will say to Vera, I'm probably going to not be reading links out going forward. I might say that I seriously appreciate the $100, but we're sponsored by the RepublicanRepairShop.com. Getting a little big to accept a blind ad read for $100. So I do seriously appreciate it. You've contributed a lot of money to the show. I just do need to, I'm getting to a point where I need to be wary of just reading links out online, that sort of thing. But you she's been watching and supporting for a very long time. So I do appreciate you. But I just, it's like when people send me $2 to kick a guest. I'm like, that worked 5 months ago. I'm sorry. He can't control my show for $2. $100 is a chunk, though. So I'm willing to read the RepublicanRepairShop.com for $100. Anti-Trump merch is what I believe is on there. Candace sent me $30 to say, the one day I can catch it live and watch it all the way through, crying emoji. Yeah, I'm sorry, Candace. Thank you for donating to the show. I really do appreciate you supporting, even though the show's having technical difficulties today. Let me just make sure I'm recording on both platforms. I am. Why is Iowa Golfer calling me? Iowa Golfer's calling me on the phone. Iowa, I'm still alive. What's up?
Oh, you're still alive. I'll let you go.
Later, dude.
I'll hop back in.
Interesting. He sometimes calls me with a quick question about the news, like off platform, which I appreciate because it's not always good airtime for him to come and ask me a question. For all you guys who get sick of me talking to Iowa Golfer, I talked to him some offline as well. We're going to talk to Bad Views, who was telling us that race issues aren't real or something like that before he left. You're 50 years old, is that correct?
38.
38. Oh, sorry. Mixed you up with a different caller. Yeah, where did we leave off? We were talking about China's influence on race relations, which is something that Trump released in this kind of bullshit pile of redacted evidence that he released after his speech last night.
Yeah, you said, and the reason why I came up is because you said, are we really supposed to believe that the racial tensions are because of China or something along those lines? Mm-hmm. Okay, and so my argument is there is no racial tensions. It's all fake. And I think we can take what we found out last night. We can take what we found out not long ago with organizations paying neo-Nazis to organize. They were paying people to stay in hate groups. Do you remember this news?
Okay,
do you remember that news?
No, but I'm just going to respond to it and say that just because somebody paid somebody to be hateful doesn't mean that there weren't already people being hateful. That's not a good argument.
No, this is big news. Like, I want...
No, it can be big news. We can talk about it. That sounds important, but I just want you to recognize that pointing out, like, if I pay Billy Bob to be hateful, that doesn't mean that Joey wasn't already hateful. So for you to say that because they're manufacturing race tensions doesn't mean that there wasn't already race tensions. You recognize that that's not how that works.
Well, I mean, but if they're doing all the racial tension, if they're funding all of it, like,
yeah, they're not. Real? They're not. There's been racial tensions in this country.
Wait, you don't even know what I'm talking about. I just asked you. You said I.
I can be perfectly agnostic to the idea that somebody was being paid to create some racial tensions. But what you just said is if they're being paid to create all the racial tensions, and that is horse shit, because I am certain that there are racial tensions that have arisen out of institutional problems to do with our history that aren't people just being paid to be hateful. I would also argue that if you're paying somebody, I'm not done. I would argue, I'm not done. You can yell over me if you want. You can say fake if you want, but I would point out that I'm going to finish my point. If you want to derail it by talking over me, I'm not going to use the mute button, and we're going to spend even longer circling back so people understand. If somebody's paying somebody to be hateful, that person is doing a hateful thing, so that just peels the racial tensions back a layer, and I'm not really impressed. What is your argument?
There's actually evidence that people wanted to get out of the hate groups, and they were being paid by the ACLU, I believe, to stay in the hate groups.
This has nothing. Yes, right. And this. Okay. Are you talking about the Southern Poverty Law Center indictment by the? Okay. Then we can talk about that after you recognize everything else I've said, which is that it is nonsense to suggest that there aren't racial tensions in this country, and it is not good evidence of saying that there isn't racial tensions to point to somewhere where somebody's manufacturing racial tensions, especially in consideration of the fact that I think it's a racially tense thing to do to manufacture racial tension.
All right, so it sounds like we're at a place we need to figure out where we can agree where the racial tensions are. I don't think they're very bad in this country. You obviously think they're pretty bad. Where are they? I don't think they're as bad as that, like, we're told to believe.
I'm only interested in proceeding in the conversation if you turn your camera on.
You good?
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Wait, do you think I'm a racist?
I just think it's a pretty I do think that you are a racist. Yes.
Why? Has anything I said been fake?
Yeah, you've suggested that racial tensions in this country aren't real. I think that's fucking nonsense. I think you know it. I think that that's a racist thing to say because anybody who is as informed in the world as I suspect that you are, given that you know about any of this stuff at all, would be aware that that's problematic and would be aware that it's problematic to assert that these issues aren't real. I think that's the sort of thing that a racist would do. So thank you for turning on your camera.
I have a question. Would you suggest that the racial tensions are as bad as the Southern Poverty Law Center would suggest?
I'm not going to, I don't know if I
answer the question, you puss. Come on.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, they aren't as bad, right?
No. Your question was disingenuous and shitty, and I'm going to explain why. You can yap over me while you want. I don't know if you read every piece of documentation that's come out of the Southern Poverty Law Center. I don't know I'm not done answering your question. Let me answer it, or I will kick you off of my show for disingenuously gish-galloping, which is a strategy that I'm going to educate my audience on really quick, which is that you say enough bullshit too quickly for me to respond to it. You said some bullshit, I'm going to respond to it. Your question was bullshit because it presupposes that I know exactly the impression a person would get about race tensions if I read every single statement ever made by the Southern Poverty Law Center. I haven't done that. I know they do good work, but I don't know the impression a person would get based on their documentation, which is why I'm agnostic to the answer to the question, is it an accurate representation of race tensions that you'd get from listening to them? I'm not silly enough to propose that I'm knowledgeable enough about every press release they've ever made to answer that question honestly, so my not knowing the answer to that question is pretty irrelevant to the question, are there racial tensions in this country?
Yeah, sure. And I see it on the news.
I'm sorry, I wasn't asking you that question. I was pointing out that your question was bullshit. If you were listening more carefully, you'll have noticed that the end of what I just said was a statement, not a question.
Come on.
What's progress? Right, you want to move on to the next thing. That's gish-galloping. You don't want to stay on. Yeah, you want to move on. Yeah, you want to move. You want to move on to something else instead of the thing I just said. Gish-galloping.
No, that's not what I'm doing. If you let me, I want to agree. I think there are racial tensions that are not very bad. You won't answer the question if you think they're as bad as the Southern Poverty Law Center, and I think we have to agree that they aren't as bad as that.
No, I just responded to that very, very clearly and articulately and as concisely as I could. And
you said 45 words.
Yes or no? Chat, yes or no? Yes or no? Did I satisfactorily answer his question about whether or not I think the Southern Poverty Law Center?
You said no.
I said that I don't know because I'm not God and I haven't read every document ever released by the Southern Poverty Law Center. If you're going to accuse me of what I just said, do a better fucking job. The internet has an attention span. This conversation will live on the internet forever. People can go listen to exactly what your question was, exactly how I responded to it, and exactly the way that you tried to gish-gallop away from it before I forced you back to it, and then you disingenuously said that I answered the question in a way that is different than what I said.
Oscar, you don't have to read every document to read some documents and know that some of that is fake. And so it can't be that bad, right? You don't have to read every document, bro. You can read 2 documents and be like, oh, some of this is made up. Use your brain. Think for yourself.
I haven't done that. I haven't seen evidence that the Southern... I'm sorry, did you just call me a slur? Get the fuck off my show, dude. Did he? Do I bring him back? He said the R word, right? I hit the button to... Chat, tell me if he didn't say the R word. I'm not 100% sure he said it. I'll bring him back if he didn't. If the chat thinks he didn't say it. But like, yeah. What the fuck? Who's the guy? CR, get in the queue. Pick up the conversation where he left off. He says, for fuck's sake, Oscar. He says, where the hell was he? Where'd the rest of them go? Didn't hear it, was too quick. They didn't catch it. I'll let him back up. I don't think that the auto mods caught it either. We'll get back in. All right, what were you saying?
Wow, this is going very poorly for you. It's
going fine for me. Go fuck yourself. Grasp for those straws. Cope.
Right now.
Cope. Make a fucking argument.
I'm having a great time.
What's your argument?
Yeah. Where were we?
You were accusing me of answering your question in a different way than I did. That's where we were.
How bad are racial tensions in this country? I want your opinion, sir.
They're bad.
Give me more than that. Come on, use your words. You're good with your words. I think
that people who aren't white are rightfully afraid of the police. I consider that an example of racial tension. I think the tension that a non-white person feels as they grip their steering wheel while a law enforcement officer walks up to them and they're looking at them through the driver's side mirror on their door. I think that tension is racial tension, and I think it's very real. And I think people who are in that situation fear for their life. I think that's one minuscule example of a mountain of ways in which there are racial tension in this country that you don't appreciate because you do not appreciate the plight of people unlike yourself.
I have a question. Let's track this logic. So the guy that was killed by cops in Tennessee, the black cops.
Hold on. Before we move on to something else, Mr. Gish-Galloper, excuse me. I'm going to ask you a question about what I just said because I just said something to it. Right. Do you recognize? I'm aware of that. I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the answer to this question. Do you recognize that people who are not white in this country feel, on average, a greater amount of tension about interactions with law enforcement officers for good reason?
Sure.
Okay, and you're calling in to tell me that racial tension isn't real?
I didn't say that. I said they aren't as bad as... They're definitely not as bad. Well, you won't even tell me how bad you think they are.
Well, yeah, you thought you were going to get me by saying that the Southern Poverty Law... That you wanted me to say that the Southern Poverty Law Center is perfectly accurate, so you could come up with some example of them saying something inaccurate.
No,
they're a huge organization that has been working for decades to address these issues, which is why I'm not willing to blind... Which is... Right, I'm accusing you of using that as a tactic because I'm unwilling to co-sign my entire perspective on race tensions in this country to the Southern Poverty Law Center because I don't know if everything they've ever said is reasonable, and I'm sure you can provide for me an example of them saying something unreasonable. I didn't fall for the trap. Try something else.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question again, and maybe in a better way, and maybe you'll give me a real answer.
I'm sorry, did I not give a real answer to the disingenuous way that you asked?
No, I mean, I asked... I think you might have misunderstood or misheard.
I think I understood perfectly clear.
My question was, do you think racial tensions are as bad as the Southern Poverty Law Center says it is?
I don't know exactly how bad they assert they are, so I'm unwilling to answer your question. That is the shortest way I can answer that.
But you know they've created fake hate.
No.
People to stay in hate groups.
Okay, let's address this. Stop and let's address what you're talking about. The Southern Poverty Law Center was indicted by the FBI for supplying hate groups because yes, they give people money. Shut the fuck up, dude. I will fucking kick you and explain what your viewpoint is if you're unwilling to sit through the flow of this show because what you're doing is I have to talk over you because what you're doing is disingenuous and dangerous because of course you have to pay people to be informants to infiltrate hate groups. Maybe there are people who don't want to keep doing that and say, I'd like a different assignment. I'd like a different job. Is that somebody saying, no, I don't want to be in a hate group. Stop paying me to be in this hate group. No, the idea that that's creating hate is fucking nonsense and you fucking know it because I've spoken to you before. And I know you are smart enough to know that the way that...
You're making shit up. You're making shit up.
Yes, I have. I've read the indictment.
Well, you're not framing it correctly.
Horseshit, dude. Tell me where it says that.
LU.
You can just declare it, or you can answer my... You're bringing a positive claim that the Southern Poverty Law Center is manufacturing racial tensions, and you're not providing good evidence of that when the indictment is something that I have talked about at length on this show before. You're not talking to somebody who's not educated on this. I understand exactly the way that the FBI weaponized the facts of the matter, which is that we have been paying people to infiltrate hate groups in this country for fucking decades, and the Southern Poverty Law Center has been working intimately with the FBI on those investigations, and suddenly under Trump's current administration, the FBI is going to turn around and say that it was wrong for them to do that all along, even though they were doing it in clear as day cooperation, only ever made murky by the fact that we have to protect the identities of informants. So yes, some of this information wasn't made available to the public, and the donors, the people who give the money to the Southern Poverty Law Center, the FBI is saying that they illegally took donation money and lied to their donors about what it was being spent on by obfuscating where the money was going. But the only reason they were obfuscating where that money was going is because it was going to informants who were invading such groups as the Ku Klux Klan, which obviously needs to be done in secrecy, and I am accusing you of knowing every word of what I'm saying and trying to convince my audience of something other than that disingenuously. So if you have proof that a word of what I just said is wrong, I will ask you for a source on that and nothing the fuck else, because if this is a shouting match, you're going to lose, because this is my fucking show and I'm simply better at winning that arm wrestling competition than you are. So you can, instead of yelling over me, provide evidence of your claims. You have the floor.
One of the people they were paying hundreds of thousands of dollars, by the way, was the guy that organized the Charlottesville rally in 2016.
I'm sorry. So when you say that he was the guy that organized the Charlottesville rally, what exactly does that mean? Was he the sole person in charge? Was it his idea?
Well, they paid him a couple $100,000.
Answer the questions I just asked you. Did he solely organize it? Was it his idea? Was he at the top of the pyramid? Or was he involved in some way that you're saying makes him the guy who organized it?
Well, whoever was above him got more than 200,000, I guess. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Third time's the charm. Was he the guy who organized it, or was that bullshit what you just said?
Oh, okay. He was an organizer of. He was an organizer of.
Yeah. He was involved in some way. I'm sorry. Did we pay somebody to infiltrate the hate group that organized the Charlottesville rally? That's almost exactly the fuck what I just said. Come on, dude.
Okay, so how bad are racial tensions? Let's get to the middle.
We're going to pivot away to something we got to earlier because you're fucking cornered, because you know that what I'm describing about your tactic in this is fucking accurate. Come on, dude.
Bro, I graduated high school with a 1.8 GPA.
I don't give a shit. Mine was fucking worse. I was a terrible student in high school. I got my shit sorted out and I went back to school and I learned how to engage with this shit. I think you might have as well, because I'm not accusing you of being stupid. You know exactly what you're doing. I will ask you this question. Why did you bring up Charlottesville? Is what I said about it accurate?
Well, I brought it up because one of the people they were paying was $200,000.
Walking it back. Yeah, I would say that if you're infiltrating the Ku Klux Klan as some sort of covert agent, maybe you deserve that kind of paycheck. I would want somebody so qualified to deserve that type of paycheck to be doing that type of work. Once again, you haven't brought me something that I actually have a problem with. You're not bringing me something that the FBI had a problem with. The FBI has been working with the Southern Poverty Law Center on this sort of thing, and you know it. Why is it that they turn around during the second Trump administration to say that it was illegal the entire time, especially when 4 years of that work happened under the first Trump administration? You know what you're doing is disingenuous.
Yeah, I also know that Trump obviously didn't have control of his first term like he has control of this one. Like, we're actually seeing...
No, I think you've got that backwards. I think the problem and the reason the first Trump administration wasn't as effective as the second one is being in terms of achieving their policy positions and the policy positions of the people who work at 2025, who created the Project 2025 handbook, is because Trump was more in charge of it, and he's a fucking buffoon who doesn't understand the job. He understands it better now, and they had 4 years during the Biden administration to create an administration and a group of people who are more capable of enacting policies that support Project 2025 and this fascistic consolidation of power that's happening in the country. And it is because of the fact that that is happening more effectively that we are not seeing the degree of turnover that we saw during the first administration, and we're seeing last-ditch efforts to try to flip the board and say, oh no, this was illegal the whole time. Why didn't the FBI have a problem with this during Trump's first administration?
Wait, I don't know. You just reminded me of something. Didn't we hear something about burn bags that weren't burned?
That sounds so interesting. That sounds like another way for you to get out of this very direct line of questioning about why you brought up Charlottesville. Why did you bring up Charlottesville? Was my rebuttal to it a bad one? Let's stay on topic.
Yes, I've answered this question 3 times because they were connected to the Southern Poverty Law Center.
That was where we started. I've explained why that's reasonable. I have explained why
it's the same answer every time. What are we doing? Are we talking in circles? What's going on?
We are talking in circles because you've got nowhere to go.
No, it's because I've said the right answers the last 3 times. You keep asking me for a different answer. I have no idea.
Why did you bring up Charlottesville?
Because you asked me for a shred of evidence from the Southern Poverty Law Center.
You made a very direct accusation, which is that they paid somebody to organize the Charlottesville rally where a person was killed by that car, right? That's the one we're talking about? Yeah, and then I said, I'm sorry, are you misrepresenting the fact that we probably did pay an informant who is involved in that group, but probably isn't the main guy whose idea it was who contributed to those bad things happening? You haven't satisfactorily answered that line of questioning.
No. Wait, they were paying people that were already in hate groups.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need you to satisfy. You can keep trying to direct me in other directions. The question very fucking specifically is: did they pay somebody who contributed to those bad things happening, or did you intentionally bring that up to confuse people listening to my show into thinking that the FBI and the Southern Poverty Law Center paid somebody to cause the Charlottesville rally to happen?
Yes, I agree. The Southern Poverty Law Center is responsible for Charlottesville.
That's horseshit. No evidence. You need to show me the exact page in the indictment where that's laid out, because you can't just declare it and say next. The fact that you declared it and said next shows me that you were afraid of being interrogated about the evidence. Show the fuck up for the people who are watching and show them that it wasn't bullshit what you just said, and show me exactly where in the indictment it fucking says that. Because if I was calling into a show to accuse somebody of having done that and say that it was in the indictment that came out from the FBI accusing the Southern Poverty Law Center of doing something wrong after cooperating with them for decades, I would have it at the ready. Show me evidence. You have the floor.
Wait, just to be clear, when I said they were responsible, I wasn't being serious. I thought that was
Oh, how fucking convenient, you disingenuous fuck. Do you think you deserve airtime on my show? Chat, yes or no? Keep or kick. Does this guy deserve airtime on my show?
What, 25 minutes now?
It's fucking pure cope to say that you're performing well in this debate.
Victory is mine.
Let's get some W's in the chat for the guest so he feels better before I kick him.
Oh, I'll just go. It's okay. Maybe next time, Oskar. Maybe next time you...
I'm not sure there will be a next time, Bad Views. You're disingenuous, and you're not interested in engaging with my accusations about you being disingenuous, which means it's a waste of fucking time to have you on my show. My show's too successful to waste my time with people like yourself. Thank you for your contribution. I think people were entertained. David, thanks for the $5 on Venmo. I really appreciate it. He said, guest picked a fitting name. I'll give him credit there. Yeah, Bad Views. I agree. I think that saying that race tensions don't exist in this country except for having been manufactured by the Southern Poverty Law Center is a bad view to hold. Courtney sent me $2 to say, hey Oskar, I just left Biddeford. I would love to share. Biddeford. I'm brain farting. That's in the news cycle this week, right? Somebody light it up in the chat. I'm like, my brain's not parsing why Biddeford matters right now. Remind me, chat. I know it's on the tip of my tongue. Too many fucking things to keep up with. I got to keep up with the super chats also. Maine. That's right. Yeah, if that's you, let me know who you are in the chat. I would like to hear about that. Yeah, too many fucking ICE murders this week for me to keep track of all the cities they happened in. Shit. That's a demonstration of the fucking problem. Let's go back on the YouTube super chats. Song suggestion YouTube short, Put the Milk Away by Jazz Emu IK. I know it's odd, but it's polite? I don't know. Is the one with the weird name. Probably don't play on the stream. Yeah, shoot me a message somewhere so I save that, because I'm not going to remember right now. Ghoulmeister sent me $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say, caller, we had race riots in the 90s, year before the age when your brain was rotted by misinformation. You sound woefully uneducated. I don't think he is woefully uneducated. I think he's evil. I think he's an evil caller, not a fool. Jazz sent $5 to say the Southern Poverty Law Center wasn't paying people to stay in neo-Nazi groups. They were paying informants working within the groups to expose their practices. Yeah, he wasn't listening when I said that. Kronos said for $2, I'm pretty sure he said lib slur. It's still a slur on TikTok. Yeah, so maybe we shouldn't have had him back up. I think I made him lose his patience. Sorry for like for me, like the quick yapping and yelling, it's like, it's a tactic. Like, I'm in control. Like, I'm not losing my temper. It's that I have to do that or he just keeps talking over me. It's the only way to address the gish-galloping without the mute button. And I can't dog walk him if I use the mute button because we can't tell if he's listening. So I forced him to listen and he didn't like it. Kat sent $10 to say, as someone who lost a family member to skinheads during the Bush administration, I can assure you have had serious racial problems for a long time. Sorry to hear that, Kat. Goldmeister sent another $5 to say, here's another $5 for chewing this clown up and spitting him out. He's reading the docs in a way to find what confirms the false beliefs. LMAO. I agree. Schrodinger's douchebag, everybody, says Jazz Baroncrab for $2. I appreciate that. That's a pretty funny thing to say about a caller like that. I agree. Just such fucking monstrously disingenuous behavior. Like, it's so transparent to me. These people think that I can't deal with it, but Gotta give him the smackdown. All right, we're gonna move on to another caller. We're gonna talk to Epi and see if we get another debate. I think I went on a 4-hour stream today and we had a couple interruptions, so I think that means we're going until like maybe 2:30 is the goal. And then that'll give me enough time to get the VOD up and go to the protest, because we're having a little rally for some of the people who've been murdered by ICE lately here in Minneapolis. Not murdered by ICE here in Minneapolis. We have some of those, but murdered by ICE everywhere. We're having a rally here in Minneapolis, 5:30. Little gathering to talk about that sort of stuff. I don't think Epi meant to join. I think they're probably teacupped because they're not connecting, so I'm going to disconnect them. We're going to move on to Sam. Looks like maybe a barren account, so we'll have to check if this is just gonna, not very good follower counts, probably a troll. So we'll hover that disconnect button and see what they want to talk about. Hello, how old are you?
Yo, fuck you, nigger. Fuck.
Yeah, see, look at that. We're gonna check in with Iowa Golfer, but I will tell Iowa Golfer, we are gonna ban abortion as a topic on the show for a little while, just because it's been getting too much airtime. How you doing, Iowa?
Nope, no problem. Just coming up real quick. Just wanted to come up and let you know. So Rob Sands was actually in my town yesterday.
Democratic gubernatorial candidate for Iowa, right?
Yes.
Just for the audience, I know that.
I was actually heading out to the golf course to go play golf, swung through the Casey's quick. He was in there. And I sat there and I talked to him for like 15 minutes. He took the time.
Oh, cool.
And sat there and talked to me out in the parking lot for like 15 minutes. I should have gotten a picture. He took a picture. He said it would be up on like a picture gallery or something, but the one thing I actually found myself liking him more and more and more. One thing I want to do, I don't know if you have many viewers from Iowa or not, besides me. I'm sure you do.
Some.
If you are a Republican and you have over Rob Sands, you're kind of a moron. I just really want to say that.
Wait, hold, say it. You broke up, so say it again.
I kind of found my what?
Just say what you just said once again.
I said I think Rob Sands. Rob Sands is the Democrat that I would follow to the edge of the world. He's one of the Democrats that I would follow off the edge of the world.
That's all you're up
He
for?
aligns with views. He's what I'd call a centrist Democrat. He's not, he has some progressive views and he has some very conservative views.
Yeah, well, I mean, and for trying to win in Iowa, I've talked to you about how that's probably the tactic, right? Like a Democrat like me probably wouldn't be successful running for governor of Iowa, which is why I'm a little conflicted about honesty in politics, because honesty is not always the winning strategy, but honesty is so important to my whole political perspective that there's some conflict about that. But I mean, you just up here to continue your endorsement for Rob Sands, because I'm happy to let you do that. I also endorse Rob Sands.
Yeah, no, like I said, because I'd asked him. I've asked you this before. I asked him. I go, why do you think the Democratic Party is struggling right now? And he said, simply it's because we don't know how to talk to normal people. And that caught my attention. He goes, Democrats talk, and I don't remember the word he used, but basically he said it boils down to Democrats talk like doctors when Republicans talk like truck drivers. They talk like normal people. Democrats don't talk like normal people. He said Democrats, one of their biggest issues is getting their message out in a way that can be understood by everyday people.
Well, and that's how I try to run my show.
Yeah.
Depending on who I'm talking to.
I told him that, and I told him, I go,
losing you. Got service
biggest
issues.
Democrats are quote unquote Democrats that are yeah. Can you hear me?
I'm losing it. I think I'm going to let you go because I think you got your point across, but the service is a bit much for the show. But Iowa knows that his service is bad, and he'll be back another time, I'm sure. But yeah, thanks. That's cool that you got to sit down with him. Should have told him to come on my evening show. I'd love to talk to him. We're going to talk to Sherbert after I remind everybody to go to the link tree in my bio where they can find such things as my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon, the thing that runs the show. Canadian Vicky did that. She sent me $25 on Buy Me a Coffee to toss this to Jesse for yesterday's stream. Jesse did have a difficult time yesterday on my show. Yesterday was a pretty annoying episode. Today we're dealing with new problems, and I don't have anybody in the producer chair because Jesse's busy, but Raven is at home timestamping. So W staff, W Discord, W mods, W all the people other than me that keep the show running. But we're going to talk to Sherbert and see if we get another debate going because I got another couple hours. We're going long today, people. Let's keep the show alive. Double tap on the screen. How old are you?
35.
You're a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. I'm friendly. I just had a quick question.
Yeah, get your question out, and I'll
beginning of the show.
Yeah, get your question out, and then I'll answer it after I kick you.
Sounds good. I was just really wondering what your opinion is of the streamer Destiny. I think you guys could have a really great conversation while he handles the mean and you handle the more philosophical side of things. And so,
Yeah, sorry for cutting it off, but yeah, I like Destiny. I think that me and Destiny have a very similar conversational style. Like, I think his approach to how to handle difficult conversations is often very similar. I see what you're saying about how, like, Destiny doesn't always have the soft approach. Like, I don't see, maybe it's just because I don't follow him closely enough and I just don't see a lot of clips of it. MAGA forever, get in the fucking queue. There's no callers. So if you're gonna tell me that I'm wearing knee pads while supporting Donald Trump, you're gonna get up here and talk to me about it with your voice. Yeah, so I don't think I take enough Destiny's content to really like get a top-down view of him, but I feel like he and I are very, very similar in terms of the type of approach that we take in terms of certain conversations, like just really being hardline about the information, not letting people gish-gallop. Like, that's something that I like seeing Destiny do, is that like he'll notice that his opponent is trying to slip away from something that he doesn't want to talk about, and Destiny will bring him back. And that's the sort of thing that I've balled into my own debate approach. Whether or not he and I would be useful in the same room, I almost feel like we're too similar in terms of our approach to debating for it to be the most constructive thing. It's good fan service. Like, everybody wants their dream team. Like, people list the debaters that they want to see on an episode of Jubilee or something, but fundamentally I think that the most effective like debate team, if we're going to do like a 2v2 or a 4v4 or something like that on an episode of Jubilee, is a bunch of debate hosts who have very different strengths, and I think that me and Destiny have a lot of the same strengths. So I mean, you know, I think about this sort of stuff. I like Destiny. I'm debating somebody in September who I'm studying Destiny's debates with to get ready. But yeah, I think he's doing good work generally. But yeah, I'd be curious to see him try to take a softer approach, because he often stays yippy, whereas you guys see me really calm down when I get a younger caller, and we don't see that much from Destiny. At least I don't in the clips. David sent $5 to say, it's a pitiful world where you have to dumb down your speech to connect with normal people. Yeah, in relation to what Iowa Golfer was saying, but you have to, right? Like, that's why I talk about diminishing marginal utility of money in terms of like hamburgers or something simple like that, because I have to keep trying different approaches to these pieces of subject matter, hoping that I'll eventually find one that's really, really effective. W. David, thank you for the inside joke from the members only stream from the chat. Thank you, Tori. RF kidding me. This is a friendly, no? Forgive me. I know I've spoken to this person a few times. I can't remember. Hello. How old are you?
Hey, I'm 39 and am friendly, but am conflicted about something that I wanted to talk to you. You can feel free to kick me after or engage, but Sure. It was something related to what Iowa Golfer had mentioned a few days back, and it is with abortion, but not necessarily. I won't go into it deep. He was proposing that if they do go forth with one, that it should opt out of child support, and I do disagree with that. But if I want to explain my circumstance, I was with someone years back for like over a year, and we were planning to have a child, and we were pregnant, and a couple of months into it, she had an ex come into town, and I mean, I had documentation of everything that we did to plan for this child, but she wound up leaving with him and having one, and it shook me for a while. I didn't attempt to actually be with anyone or even try to have a child till almost 10 years later, like into my mid-30s. So now I'm near 40 with a 6-year-old. So I don't think that a father should opt out of child support, but in that circumstance, what would you consider about if someone were planning a family like that and then ends it, but the father, who was very invested, about them paying a form of support or like a restitution, the woman to the man?
Yeah, you know, I'll kick you and move on, because like I really value that sort of situation, but I just genuinely lack the expertise. Like, I don't even have good expertise about the obvious cases in child support. Like, that to me is why I'm really hesitant to like look at one of these edge cases where things are difficult to try to like give my opinion. So sorry to give a non-answer, but there's a lot of things I'm really confident speaking on, and like how child support is allocated just isn't one of them. That's all I had to say. MAGA forever, please come back. I'll talk to you now. I just wanted to finish answering his question, which is kind of an unsatisfactory non-answer. And Miss V was, oh yes, Miss V, I did get your $100. I read it out when I came back, so it's in the VOD. What was it? I'll read it one more time. Where did it run off to? Sorry, so many Venmo donations today. Oh my God, I can't even find it. There it is. There it is. I found it. TheRepublicanRepairShop.com. Thank you. I do appreciate that. MAGA Forever, you were causing some difficulty in the chat. yeah, to I guess to give a longer non-answer to what I was saying. Every system of rules is going to have edge cases, you know, like I think that there's like, oh, well, what about this case? What about this he said, she said, where the courts aren't sure about how to handle it? It's like, you can't like say that you can't like levy a criticism against the system because there's an edge case that's hard. There's always going to be edge cases that are hard, particularly when we're dealing with families, because it sounds like RFK, you had an edge case that is difficult. I'm unfortunately not the right guy to ask about sorting that out. Maybe I need to get more, you know, child support's been coming up on the show a lot lately. Maybe I should get more educated about how it works in the courts. Maybe I should talk to Law of the Wild. Law of the Wild was in the Discord saying informant F37 was not an organizer. He was a member of the chat group. The leadership used to plan the rally and helped coordinate some transportation. He did not organize or facilitate the rally, according to the indictment. Yeah, I wasn't looking too closely at the Discord because I knew I was right. But like, there it is from Law of the Wild, saying that it was exactly the type of horse shit I was accusing Bad Views was the caller of saying about that organizer. But he knows that. Like, I handled it in an aggressive way because he knew that he was fucking lying. Let's send all bills for illegals to you since you're such a book of knowledge. User, dude, like, what the fuck? Like, what bill? What are you talking about? Fucking Jesus Christ. Get in the queue, you coward. We do have people getting invited. MAGA Forever was scared to stay on the air, so he left. But we'll see if we get more debates going, because I'm trying to go long today. I want the VOD to be more than 4 hours today. And we had a couple of interruptions due to some tech issues where I had to restart the stream twice. So I want to go for like 4.5 hours to make sure we clear that 4 hours in the final edited version of the VOD. But if you guys don't get me a collar soon, I'm just going to keep reading the ad read that you should go to the link tree in my bio and follow me on all the other platforms, including and especially this backup TikTok account through which the show will be ran on TikTok if this account becomes banned. If you want to go the extra mile, you can go to that link tree in the bio, go all the way down to the bottom and follow the other account, Oskar Quentin 2, or just search it up. Clips get posted to all of them, so you might just see me in the For You feed on any of my accounts. But the goal is to I want to keep promoting the backup accounts and get to a place where they're all over 10,000 followers, so they have like the full TikTok shop privileges, and I can just run it as like a 3-account platform on TikTok, because TikTok is so volatile with banning and stuff like that. And the show is much bigger than just TikTok as a platform right now. So following in all the other places, YouTube, where I'm also live every day in horizontal format, if you prefer that. But that's also where all of the past shows can be found in VOD form if you want to listen to me as a podcast. And Instagram is my primary social media where I'm actually active, and the day-to-day gets updated much better. Facebook and like Threads and stuff just kind of gets updated as like an afterthought. Like I just push content to that, but I don't really engage on there very much. So those are all the free ways to get involved and, you know, keep up with what I'm up to if one of these platforms decides to deplatform me, which could happen on any of them on any day. And if you want to support the show directly, there are ways to do that. Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. Buy Me a Coffee's international. Works internationally, at least is what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't want to keep doing the ad read. I want to talk about stuff. I want to talk to Trump supporters. Let's see. Do we have any Trump supporters in the chat? Where are you? I mean, you know, fucking username followed by a phone number is just a burner account. Somebody coming causing disruption. Thank you for the engagement, but I know you're not serious about any of this shit. What's going on in the YouTube chat? They got quiet. They did get quiet. They get, you know, I don't know. Maybe they didn't like how I handled Bad Views, because I called that bullshit out. But I do always appreciate a fact check from Law of the Wild, because we had somebody else mention that Law of the Wild hasn't been on the show a lot. He's here listening all the time. He's in the Discord feeding me. When I say I heard something through the grapevine, sometimes I heard it from Law of the Wild or somebody like him. Because I got to thank the experts. Like I thank the staff who I pay to help run the show. I thank the Discord. I thank the mods, but I also have to thank the experts, because there's probably like a dozen people who have real expertise in something like law. In the case of Law of the Wild, I have an OBGYN who's come up and talked about abortion issues. I have a couple of other lawyers. What's the other big category of expert I have? I feel like I'm missing out on a couple of people. Oh, I mean, I certainly have the panel of people who bring their expertise about their own personal experience with trans issues, because trans issues get talked about too much on the show. Which breaks my heart, because like I wish I didn't have to talk about abortion and trans issues on the show. They just don't feel like they should be as important to American politics as they are. But they are. You know, the Republicans have successfully created a situation where we have to waste our time talking about these wedge issues that could just be non-issues, because they just, you know, they don't need to affect this small number of people's lives so dramatically, but they do, because people like Charlie Kirk make big issues out of them, and convince young people that it like is important. Law of the Wild says in the chat, Child Brock, been a rough couple of weeks. That's right, you have been busy. He's been dipping out on the Discord to say that he's like, oh, I'm so sorry, I can't contribute to your show. I have to go help people because I'm a lawyer. Dude, why are you apologizing? Law of the Wild does great work. And it was a real pleasure to get to sit and have a beer with him because he's local enough that he and I have shaken hands, which is what a crash it is to like do this online thing, and then suddenly there are likes of the Law of the Wild sitting across the table from me at the bar having offline conversations about stuff. Fucking incredible. Johnny B, thank you for the $5 on Buy Me a Coffee. He said, Oskar, I really like your show and approach, but man, you got to look into your peers more. Dean may have given you a leg up, but last I checked, he was the one bad day away from turning to the right-wing grift. His reaction after Kirk is anything to go by, and Destiny is an accused, credibly so, sex pest harasser and serial abuser. Keep up the good work and fuck guys. I don't know anything about Destiny's accusations, so I won't speak to it, but here's what I'll say about Dean. Because Dean's an acquaintance of mine. I don't know if it's appropriate to call him a friend, but you know, like he's been on my show and I've been on his show, and he's really given me the leg up. Dean's a kid. I'm 31. He's 21. When people say that he was about to take a left turn into the right-wing grift, he was a kid when that was the case. He was like an actual child, like younger than 18. One of the staff members of this show was MAGA pretty recently. Because she's also just younger than me, and that's like reasonable. So like, you know, you can disagree with Dean's tactics to things, but one thing I say a lot on the show is that I don't think I'm ever going to pull 30K concurrent on TikTok with the tactic that I use on this show, and I'm okay with that. I think he's still doing fantastically good things by pulling that wider audience where he has to have a more narrow approach to the type of calls that he's going to take, and then I'm doing something different over here on the Oskar Quentin show where I will talk to a leftist for 45 minutes. I will burn an hour of the show talking about vegetarianism while being completely on the fence about it. I think whatever criticisms you have of Dean are probably not important against the background of the fact that he is creating an incredible platform for discourse. And there are a lot of people to whom Dean's sort of content is going to be effective when mine might not be. And I think we need to appreciate that about other people. Yeah, a lot of people are one step away from going the wrong direction, right? He's a young man who grew up in a MAGA family. I'm glad that he didn't go that way. I'm glad that January 6th is the reason that he turned away from all that and realized that it was, the wrong approach to all this. And I don't believe it when people say that he's just a MAGA person who's like grifting on the left. I don't think that's accurate at all. But as somebody who does this for a living, who sits here and spends so much time trying to figure out how to be good at this, I have criticisms of every debate host. There's every single debate host where I can sit and watch and think I would handle it differently if I were in the chair, and it's that feeling that is why I started doing this in the first place. I got too sick of itching to get in the call listening to these podcasts, so I started my own to do it in the way that I want to do it. And I think that just because somebody's making the creative choice or the directorial choice, or maybe they lack a skill that I have or something like that doesn't make them disingenuous. That doesn't make them a grifter. That doesn't make them a bad host. That certainly doesn't mean that they're not doing good. And the fact that Dean has the platform that he does and he's as big as he is a good thing for democracy. I think that's undeniable. So if you have a particular criticism of it, ask yourself this: Am I creating unnecessary infighting because of my own opinions, or is there a really serious problem to address here? Because I try to use my airtime to address really serious problems, and I think that Dean's a net benefit to the world. So whatever little opinions I might have about how he does this or that, it just really needs to sit in the shadow of the mountain of good work that he's doing. That's all I'll say about that. I've said it all before. Pretty open about how I feel about the other creators. But yeah, he's a success story of somebody coming out of the darkness, right? People like Andrew Mercado, who's like a local person, like on the street citizen journalist who I've also made acquaintance with and made some content with. Like, he's another person where it's like, am I going to be mad at him for being a Trump supporter 10 years ago? Or am I going to recognize that he's the sort of person who we need to put the spotlight on if the goal is to make fewer people Trump supporters? Like, we need to understand these cases. I've got that like platinum record of like, I've never been any kind of conservative. I'm like hyper liberal. I grew up in Manhattan. I went to school in the West Village. I grew up with a bunch of gay teachers in my elementary school and learned about how normal that is and how acceptable that is. So it just like wasn't like all these issues of like trans rights and stuff like that. Just like never, I didn't grow up in a world where they were taught to me as wedge issues. I just like learned about them in an environment where people were generally pretty accepting of each other. And I certainly didn't have any latent like xenophobia from growing up in that environment because I lived in Manhattan and I heard 20 different languages every day and saw all sorts of different people dressed all sorts of different ways, practicing all sorts of different religions. Like, I am hyper privileged in terms of having an upbringing that made me into something other than an asshole. I'm not going to judge somebody for being an asshole when they were 15 years old because they grew up in an environment that was almost guaranteed to make them an asshole. I think we need to look at them. Oh, did I out somebody? I'm sorry, Jesse. My bad. I could have sworn you've said it on the show. You also didn't need to out yourself. I didn't name you. Thank you for the $2, Jesse. Sent $2 with no message. I may have upset my friend. I'm sorry. Did I say the Langford comment earlier today? I did not. You're gonna have to update me on what that is. Okay, Jesse, the TikTok chat's calling bullshit. They said that you've talked about it before. I was remembering correctly. I'm pretty careful about not outing. There are many people in my spheres who used to be Trump supporters who do not want that publicized. So I keep a running tally of those who have. And I'm pretty goddamn sure that I wasn't outing somebody. But I'm very embarrassed if I did. Because again, it's just, like I was talking about Dean, because like, the worst dirt people have on Dean is dumb shit he said when he was a child. And he has the opposite of privilege when it comes to the fact that I think having your childhood blasted on the internet through Discord is like, I'm glad. I mean, Discord and stuff existed when I was a teenager, and I'm sure I've said some dumb shit on the internet before, but like, just don't judge people for what they do when they're fucking children, man. Like, we have to argue about whether or not a 17-year-old should be tried as an adult if they murder somebody. Are we really going to hold a 14 or 15-year-old accountable for what they say on the internet? Like, when they're an adult years later? Like, that's ridiculous. I don't have a caller, which is why I'm kind of sticking on the topic right now. But like, in general, I'm not impressed that people that bring up something from ages ago, especially in consideration of the fact that I have changed my mind about things in my life. Not so much, like there's probably a couple of little issues I've changed my approach to since I've started debating, like since I've been in the public eye. So I have a pretty consistent online presence. If you listen to me 4 months ago, it's really a couple things I've changed my tactics on, a couple phrases I've avoided using because people get the wrong idea from them, that sort of thing. But like in general, I've been pretty consistent, but that's just because I've been on for a short time. You might listen to me 5 years from now and I might be saying, oh yeah, back in 2026, I was really strict on this, but I was totally wrong. I had this moment where I was convinced by this piece of information, or we tried it and it didn't work. And so I had to say that my plan was a bad idea. And, like that happens. Nobody's perfect. Stop trying to make fucking people perfect. Nobody's perfect. Don't trust me. I'm a guy. I'm an asshole on the internet. Like yaps for a living. If I influence you to make more reasonable decisions about politics, I'll be really happy with that outcome. But like, fucking research everything yourself, please. The crew to do tiempo is our next caller, and hopefully we get a good debate going because I'm on past my normal time, so I'm not getting my normal callers. But maybe that's a good thing. Let's get double tapping away on the screen to make sure we have lots of viewers for this call with this person who's not connecting. Come on. I believe in you. I don't believe in you. I don't think you meant to connect. I'm going to disconnect him. You can try again if you meant. We're going to talk to Pep. We're going to see if Pep meant to get in here, and maybe we're going to have a peppy conversation about politics. How old are you?
18.
You're a Trump supporter?
I'd say I'm in the middle.
Okay. Well, tell me how you feel about it all. Ow, that hurt my ears. Today's like, other than bad views, like today was like the 18-year-old day. Ghost-ERZ. I recognize the username, but as always, I can't remember.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 27. We did talk before.
You can try to remind me if you want. A lot of conversations I have. Sorry.
It was just a quick one where I basically just asked you a bunch of questions about like kind of where you stand politically and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of interested on like what your views are for like transgenders and whatnot.
Fundamentally, I don't think they're bothering anybody, and I don't give a shit what anybody thinks they should be called.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty much where I stand. I was just kind of curious on.
Like, I have more nuanced positions about that. I think that being transgender is a real thing. I think we should call them women. I think they should be able to use whatever bathroom they want because our society is designed in a way that there's not an obvious choice in a lot of cases for certain people. sure, messy. I just don't think it's a big issue. I think the fact that it gets so much airtime in political discourse in this country, I find that to be very problematic.
What about like transgenders that are underage?
I think you should. Oh wait, hold on. I just want to point out like that you should call them transgender people. They prefer that. Okay. Like I can accept it if it's a mistake, but if you continue like. My thing is that like you might hear people call them transgenders, but it's kind of just a dehumanizing way to refer to them, and I'm just informing you of that, and I'm okay with you not having
good. I guess I just thought that saying it as transgenders with plural is kind of the same thing as transgender people, which is also plural for people.
Sure. I know, trans people tend to point out to me the things that they don't like, and sometimes I'm not aware of it. I didn't know that transgenderism was, as a word, was like such a dog whistle, but it is. It's not a word that you should use.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, I'm not really in that realm of like experience around, that. So, okay. Like, what about underage transgender, like people that go get the like start super young when they're like, mentally.
Start what?
Like the transition, like as a minor.
Generally, we don't start people transitioning when they're super young. What we often do, if the doctors do deem it reasonable to give gender-affirming care to a person who's a minor, the most common approach is to put them on puberty blockers, which prevents them from going through puberty, so that if later, once they're an adult, they decide to transition, they have a much easier path to transition, and they end up with a body that they're much happier with.
100%. So what if, for some reason, they change their mind? Does that affect their health?
Yeah, so like
so they're on puberty blockers early in life when they're making decisions that
Yep.
For real, like I wanted to be something completely different when I was a kid or when I was younger, and now as an adult, I was like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't go through with that. So
right. So the outcome, like just to make sure that I understand, and I think I do understand. I just want to clarify for the audience. You're talking about a situation where, like, let's say when I was young, I thought that I maybe wanted to transition, so the doctors put me on hormone blockers, so I didn't go through male puberty. And then later I decided, you know what, I don't actually think I'm trans. I've worked this out. I don't want to go, or even if I am trans, maybe I don't want to go through with a full transition or whatever it is. I might say, okay, let's take me off the hormone blockers. I'll go through my male puberty. I will end up with a body that's different than if I hadn't gone on the puberty blockers at all. And it might be one that I'm less happy with. That is the type of outcome that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Like a good example.
Wait, I just want to answer it before you give your other example, which is that it is acceptable for there to be possible negative outcomes for treating a thing under a doctor's care, right? That's allowed as a possibility.
Yes, I believe so.
Side effects or possible negative outcomes, maybe the surgery won't be successful, that sort of thing. That's the case. That's the case with gender affirming care. So we just have doctors make the decision that is most likely to be a good outcome, because it's such a terrible outcome that people have if they don't get gender affirming care, that it is the lesser of two evils to allow care that might in certain cases give a negative outcome. But the fact of the matter is that providing that care on average creates much better outcomes for these people.
Yeah, I'm totally like, so I think where we would agree and disagree is like, as an adult, I feel like you should be able to do whatever you want. It's your body. As a minor, where you have to have a parent sign for it, I think is a little bit, I would probably disagree with that, just because like you don't really know what you want.
But what's going on is that the doctors are treating a situation they see to be very real, and it's a situation that causes a very, very scary self-unaliving rate in young people, whether they're over or under 18. The rate there is bad. They're addressing that with some care, and if that care on average produces a better outcome, I can accept the fact that there are sometimes bad outcomes given the care, because there's also very often terrible outcomes without care. So it's just the lesser of two evils, even though there's examples of it not always working out.
And and I would also like to point out that the unaliving rate is also pretty significant for people who have transitioned and regret transition.
Yeah. Okay. Right. You're zooming in on the fact that the unaliving rate stays high for people who transition and regret it, but you're ignoring the fact that the group that we started with is enormous compared to that group, because the number of people who transition and regret it is small.
What's the statistic on that?
I'm going to bring up somebody who probably knows a little bit more than I do. Maybe Ezra can rescue me. But my point is, it's quite rare that people regret transitioning. So the fact that the majority of that subset have a negative outcome is not really all that interesting to me when the vast majority of them as a whole have a positive outcome. If somebody in the Discord or the chat knows more specifically like what maybe Ezra knows. Ezra, do you happen to know what the percent likelihood of a person regretting transitioning is?
I want to say that it's under 1%.
That's what I was leaning to saying, like single digit percentages. It's like super duper rare, and the rate of people having self-unaliving ideation is very high among people who are transgender. So the fact that there's a super small subset of people for whom the treatment is ineffective and then that rate stays very high or perhaps gets worse, again, we just have to look at everybody and say that the group who get care do massively better than the group that doesn't get care. If we knew which people were going to regret the care, we'd be able to make better decisions. But that's the same for lower back surgeries. We're moving away from giving people surgeries for their lower back ailments because we're finding that people's like long-term happiness is not actually improved very much by a lot of lower back surgeries. So that's the sort of data that doctors look at. Why are you and me talking about it on this show instead of a bunch of doctors deciding what care to give their patients in a like school or hospital somewhere?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I jumped on my PC so I can like also just kind of like look up facts as well. So this is something that like I'm currently like learning about, I guess, as we kind of go. But I would like a very good example of like another example that I was going to give is there's a very popular celebrity, I forgot her name, but she went through the process as a minor because her parents wanted her. She started off as a he, and her parents wanted her as a female, so they transitioned her.
So I'm just going to interrupt you because I'm not interested in one anecdote. There's too many trans people for me to weigh I'm not going to weigh my opinion about one. Parents of child actors mistreat them, right? That's a problem.
Yeah, for sure.
Then why are we talking about one set of parents mistreating one person?
I'm pretty sure like that's what an example is just one.
Right, but it's an example of a trend that I know to exist, which is that the parents of child actors often mistreat them. That's a big problem. Why are you using that as an example that's going to sway your opinion about trans people generally instead of maybe your opinion about child actors and their parents generally? I would argue you should do neither. I just happen to be aware of the trend that seems to be represented by your anecdote, which isn't a trend to do with trans people.
So the example that I was going to give was that the person that was transitioned didn't have a choice. She wasn't given a choice. Her parents did.
Right. And I think the problem with actors, with child actors, is often that their parents make decisions for them that are a little too heavy-handed. They overreach their authority as parents in guiding and shaping their lives. So I'm just even if we were talking about that, one example isn't enough. We just need data. And you're kind of bringing up this one example of some parents doing something bad to a kid, which I would obviously say is a bad thing to do, instead of looking at the bigger thing we're talking about, which is that across the board, on average, gender-affirming care for minors, in the capacity that we do it, because we don't do genital reassignment surgeries for people that young, it's just across the board very successful, much more successful at lowering that unaliving rate than other treatments are. Like this is a set of treatments that have better track record than most cancer treatments have for treating cancer.
All right, I think I have a really good source on the regret rate for people that undergo
Thank you, Ezra.
care. As a massive study between 1972 and 2015, of the people that they looked at, 6,793, 0.6% of trans women regretted it, and 0.3% of trans men did as well.
What was the population, like the overall population of that study?
Like I said, it was 6,793.
You said 6,000?
Yes.
So like, would you agree that like that percentage of 6,000 people is not a very large study in terms like the general population?
It's 6,000 times bigger than your sample size.
Well, 100%. I'm not studying it, but I will say that it's for a scientific study that is on the low side.
Well, hold on. For you are you familiar with what the p-value of a study is? Do you know that language means?
I do not, but I'm.
So a p-value is we can look at a situation and say, what is the statistical likelihood of this conclusion we're drawing just happening by coincidence? So for example, I could roll a Yahtzee and say, well, oh my God, I got a Yahtzee. I rolled 6 dice or whatever, it was 5 or 6, and they were all the same. What are the odds of that happening by chance? We can answer that question just statistically by doing the math. I think you can see that the math is pretty straightforward in the case of rolling dice. And we can just say, how likely is it that this just happened by chance versus how likely is it that the dice are rigged in some way that this is going to happen? And the more Yahtzees you roll, the less likely it becomes that the dice are fair. You know, it's more likely that instead of this being a coincidence, that there's something wrong with these dice. They're weighted or magnetized or something like that. And you know, the odd Yahtzee happens every now and then. So even though the odds of a Yahtzee being low are there, you know, that does happen sometimes. Scientists do this thing where they do the same type of math on the data collection that we could do on the dice and the Yahtzee roll and say, what is the statistical probability of our conclusions still being found by this study, even if it was just completely by chance that this correlation happened, that this self-unaliving rate went down to this degree, or this regret rate was as low as it was given the sample size? Oh, am I frozen again? Oh, gosh darn it. I'm frozen on that. I think I'm frozen. But I'll finish my point for the people listening after the fact, because maybe... Are we going to restart 4 times today? Wild. Crap. Yep, okay.
Yeah, you're lagging out pretty bad.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to disconnect the callers.
There's just a little bit of a lag.
No, we're doing it again. To everybody else, what I was going to say is that the p-value tells you how likely it is for the result to be completely by chance, and for these sorts of studies with a sample size of 6,000 people, the p-value is really low. You don't need 1 million people to get super duper low p-values and that sort of thing. I'm going to do it. I'm going to restart the stream one more time. We're coming back. I'm going to power through this shit. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Okay, recording, live. We should be back. Let's see how quickly we go. What's cracking, Derek? You're on the air.
Oh, wait, what? I'm on the air?
Yeah.
Streaming now?
Yeah. I'm doing a long stream today, but I just restarted because we were having tech issues. So we're talking to like nobody. What's up?
Yo. Yeah. Okay. Well, I I was watching the stream earlier, and I did notice the tech issue. That sucked. No. Yeah. So what's up, stream? Yeah. So I guess the main thing I wanted to talk to you about was I'm going to be sending an email to the lady who runs the Speaking with American Men project. Because I'm like, they're basically looking for like more male content creators. It's progressively minded male content creators. They've got the Democrats have thrown $20 million in this project. And
whoa, hold on. I think I got to let you go. My YouTube stream says they're not having audio. I need to get back to troubleshooting.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, go troubleshoot that. Yeah. No, I'll call you later when you're not on stream, maybe.
Love you, Derek. Okay. Refresh the browser. It's not a browser. We're going to stop streaming. I do see audio coming through the mixer, so we're going to stop streaming and then start streaming. Oh, I think maybe the issue was on people needed to refresh the browser on that side. Camera again is blowing my mind to the quality. I did buy an expensive webcam. I bought a $200 webcam 15 years ago, and I used it for 15 fucking years. And it was time to buy another one, so I bought another $200 webcam. And a $200 buys you a lot better a webcam in 2026 than it did in like 2011 or whatever it was I bought the previous one. I bought it when I was a damn kid. Can't believe it made it that far. All right, let's get my backup account in the corner. I'm gonna accept that in. We're powering through today. I want a 4-hour VOD off this Friday. That's the fucking plan, everybody. Is it gonna have a what was it? Was this 3 restarts? I've restarted my entire computer 3 times during this stream. I will not be silenced. I'm gonna bring Ezra back. And was it Ghost-ERZ was the previous caller? I think we can just pick up where we left off.
Yeah. Sorry about that. Like
that wasn't you. There's something going on with my computer.
I'm talking about like in general, like it's a little high tension. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just like to put it out there. So I wrote down some notes.
Well, so, I can just finish where I remember where we left off. If you just want to let me finish my point, which is that
I just want to make sure that I heard correctly from Ezra about the statistics before I make a fool of myself by saying stuff that I didn't hear properly. Correct?
You're good. I did find more information as well.
100%.
But it gets a lot more complex too. So if you just want me to throw a bunch of numbers at you, I'm willing to do that.
I would love to go back and kind of like, so the study that you looked up was from the 70s. I don't remember the exact date till 2015, correct?
72 to 15, yep.
Okay, so that's about 45 years, and they had 6,000 people that they studied during that time, right?
Right. I also found another one from 2015, which was cross-sectional and had 27,715.
Okay. That's kind of what I'm saying, because like over 40 years of only having 6,000 people, it kind of comes down to like 150 per year, or not per year, per month.
Well, so where we got cut off earlier is I was describing this thing called the p-value, which is this like percent likelihood of the results of this study being a complete coincidence. And regardless of how many years they were spread over, 6,000 people is generally enough to get a pretty low p-value on a study. And we just came off of you bringing us one anecdotal example, which has a very high p-value, very high likelihood of it just being a coincidence that this one person's outcome was really bad.
100%. At the same time, I'm not a professional doing a study, so, obviously I'm just bringing it to you. I do still think 6,000 out of 2.3 million people is kind of small, and that's just for 1 year. We're talking the study that we were talking about, 6,000.
No, but what I just educated you about p-value, and what I'm pointing out is that how many years the study was over doesn't really affect the p-value.
Okay.
Would you like the larger study and some of the other numbers?
Yeah, I would love the larger study for sure. I mean, we could agree to disagree. I still think 6,000 in general for the scientific community is relatively small.
That's fair. It was also the first study I found, so.
No, it's completely fine. I would love to hear the stats from the 27,000 one. I think that would be a much more accurate one as well, just because it's a larger.
We can do that, and I want to hear that from Ezra, but I feel like we're breezing past the fact. Like, you recognize that this study with 6,000 people in it is 6,000 times better than your anecdotal example, but here you are asking for more and more sample size when the argument is against your position. Why were you interested in the anecdote when the anecdote was for your position? I don't think that you're weighing the evidence fairly based on whether or not it supports your argument, which is confirmation bias.
I would point out that, like, my position is I'm trying to learn. So I don't really have a position. I'm pointing out stuff that, like, I don't understand, that I'm trying to, like, from what I'm seeing, what I've been told, right? So, to be like, hey, this is your position. I haven't really even said my position, to be honest with you. So I've just stated that, I don't think that minors should be in charge of their transitions, I guess. I think
you're getting away from the question. Like, my concern about your approach to this is that you were willing to give me an anecdote as a point of argumentation in this conversation. Then we give you a study that counters it with 6,000 examples, and you're saying that's not enough, and you're really interested. You keep saying over that many years, but it's actually better. It's actually better data because it's over years, because it shows that the time and place doesn't matter and that the care is effective. If all 6,000 cases were from the same time and place, the same state in the same year, I'd say, okay, that's very representative of what's happening in Rhode Island in 2023 or whatever. Instead, it's people everywhere for 50 years. That's much better. I don't actually remember what the locality of that particular study is. But again, you keep bringing up over that many years as though it makes it worse, when generally that's going to increase the p-value or decrease the p-value, make it more likely that we're actually finding the trend instead of coming up with some coincidence that's has to do with the sample size or the methodology.
We're talking about, like, something that has to do with people regretting transitioning after they transition, right? Mm-hmm. So when you have 6,000 people over 40 years, which comes down to 150 per year that they're sampling.
You keep saying 150 per year, and I'm saying 150 per year for many years is better than 6,000 in 1 year. Why do you keep bringing that up?
And I'm trying to explain it to you, and you keep kind of interrupting me before I can actually explain what I'm trying to say. So, I mean, I listened to what you said.
Go ahead.
If I could explain kind of what I'm trying to get at. And then if I'm wrong, then, completely fucking tear me down,
Okay.
So you're talking about sampling 150 people. If that happened to this year, and they were like, we're going to take 150 people this year, 6,000 over 40 years, it's 150 people per year. And then compare that to the 2.3 million people that consider themselves transgender. That is a very small population of the current.
No.
Yeah.
You need for you to tell me that that's too small a sample size. You need to tell me what the p-value is and say that it's too big. Generally, the medical community accepts 5% as a pretty decent p-value for a study to warrant peer review for other people to look at the data and see if it's also accurate. 5% isn't like, bet your life on it type of confidence, but you're not even aware of what the p-value you get with 6,000 people is, but you seem to be convinced that it's not going to be enough. Why is that?
150 people. So if they were to do that this year, and they were going to take the same percentage of the samples that they took in 2015, it would be 150 people out of 2.3 million people.
That's not how the math works. You're fudging. No, it's arbitrary for you to divide it by year. You could have divided it by months instead of years and said that, if we did the study on. Yeah, no, the percent doesn't stay the same, because if we did it by months instead of years, the number 150 would be 12 times smaller, which would get us something like 15, something like 12 or 13, whatever it is. And then you could say that that's a really small sample size. We could divide it by the day and say that that's less than one person per day. Now the sample size is less than one person. That's worse than your anecdote. This is not how p-values work. This is not how studies that work. The fact that the data was spread out, what it's called longitudinally is the term. Latitudinally is across lots of different people and places, whereas longitudinally is across time in sample sizes. The fact that it's spread out longitudinally not only doesn't affect the p-value in the way that you think it does, it actually affects it in the other way, because the fact that the trend is present across multiple times and places throughout recent history, shows that it is actually less likely that it's a coincidence. So you keep further demonstrating that you don't really understand what's important to a sample size. To quote the chat, thank you, Pagan, for in the chat. Pagan just said in the chat something that I feel like reading out loud. Don't argue research design if you don't understand it. I think that's what's happening here. I think I do understand research design. I learned it in school.
I mean, I've went to school too. I mean, that doesn't really.
Did you study research design?
I mean, was that a class you took in high school, man? Like, I don't really.
No,
I'm doing the math here, and it's 6,000 of 2.3 is less than 1%.
Right. That's the percent. That's the percent representation. But you are foolish to think that doesn't get you an accurate p-value. For example, if we're going to test a medicine and say, does this medicine cure this? I don't know. Here's a magical pill that makes your common cold go away. Feel a cold coming on? Take this pill. It goes away. We gave the pill to 10,000 people, and all 10,000 of them stopped having a cold. Went away inside of 24 hours, it's gone. It worked. Are you going to tell me that sample size is too small for you to want to try the pill?
I would 100% if that was what they used during COVID. It was like, we only tested it on 10,000 people, which is a very small percentage of the population. I would not feel comfortable taking that.
Okay, we tested the COVID vaccines on more people than that.
100%, but your example.
But you're just reckoning that number is too small instead of using math. And we brought this up because you brought us a single anecdote that supports your argument. And you still haven't really satisfactorily answered my line of questioning about why would you bring me a single anecdote that you were confident was relevant to this conversation and sit here and fight tooth and nail about the p-value of a study that has a sample size of 6,000. You're not basing your arguments in an understanding of math and statistics. You're basing your arguments on your doubt of the conclusion of these studies.
My single example was not to use it to debate, but to explain what I was trying to say. So if you're thinking that was going to be like something that I was going to bring down,
but nobody ever doubted that those bad outcomes happen. We're saying that the data shows that those outcomes are rare.
You're stuck up on the fact that like I had brought that up as an example to show and explain what I was trying to say, and you're taking it as he's trying to make this as a study, and I've never once said that it was a study. I said it was.
I didn't say that it was a study. I said that you said that it was a relevant. I said that you brought it up as a relevant piece of argumentation. That's what I said.
I was arguing about. Not arguing, debating. You know, obviously, I am trying to keep this respectful. I'm not trying to say I'm arguing, but I'm debating about the idea that having transitioning citizens or humans as a minor affects them as they're older, and I think that shouldn't be a thing. That's my primary argument.
But you keep going back to your primary argument, but we haven't really gotten out of this situation. Your position, the way that you're engaging with this conversation is an anti-intellectual one. You are unwilling to accept that people have done the math to say that this is a large enough sample size. You could bring me an anecdote. If I told you that nobody ever regrets transitioning, one single anecdote of a person regretting transitioning is enough to prove that claim wrong. But nobody's claiming that nobody regrets it. What we're claiming is that the outcomes are better on average across the board for people who get gender affirming care, even if there are some examples of people who don't feel that way. It's just that your odds are better for happiness if you get gender affirming care, and the math says that the sample size gives us a really high confidence level. And there are other studies that I'm refusing to let us move on to because 6,000 is frankly enough, and you don't seem to understand math well enough to accept that.
I have multiple reasons why that study is, I feel like, first, that's almost 10 years ago. Like, there has been significant changes in 10 years.
One thing that I'll bring up about the fact that this study goes back 70 years is I would expect that our gender affirming care treatments have gotten better in the last 50 years. So I would guess that if we took that 6,000 people and cut it in half and said we have 3,000 from before the year 1995 or whatever and 3,000 from after, I would hypothesize, I'm guessing here, I'm speculating, that the half that was more recent would have better outcomes because we've gotten better at treating these situations. So again, what are you talking about, dude? Like, why are you casting so much doubt on this?
Well, I mean, I would point out the fact that, like, the person we found a newer study from that was newer with a larger sample size, which is probably going to prove in y'all's favor. I'll probably give it to you. But I mean, so I already said that I wanted to hear the stats from that.
Yeah, but my difficulty is I don't want to throw you the bone of giving you a better study when you should just appreciate this one more than you do.
No, 100% not. That's not how science works. Like, you always want whatever study's the best.
I didn't say that the other study was useless. I'm saying the reason I'm unwilling to let us move on to it is because I don't care what you think about that study until you think about this one correctly.
100%. I would say that that's pretty ignorant to think. We have an option where I'm trying to learn, and you're just kind of like, oh, you don't understand this, so let's not talk about this. Instead of being like, I'm trying to learn something new. I'm trying to figure out where you guys stand. I'm trying to learn where you guys.
But you're not going to learn if we move on to the bigger study, because the reason that you think that this other study is too small is not a good reason. Why should I appease you by giving you a bigger study when this one is big enough? That would be moving on with you having a faulty understanding of how valuable a sample size of this size is.
I mean, a sample size doesn't really, like, it does matter how big it is. I think 6,000, you're not going to change my mind on that. I did study
why am I not going to change your mind on the p-value of that study when we haven't even looked up what the p-value of that study is?
We're talking about a study from 10 years ago with 6,000 people over 40 years.
Yeah, that's pretty good for this sort of data.
That is a significantly small amount.
No, it's not.
Over 40 years. Think about the population over the last 40 years. That is a super small amount.
Yes, by proportion of the total population, that is very small, but it just, as a matter of fact, is not very small if the question we're trying to answer is whether the trend is good. And the fact that you're unwilling to accept that demonstrates that I'm correct in refusing. It's the right choice for me to refuse to move on to this other study that I expect you're going to have similar problems with, because I really think your own bias about this topic is influencing the way that you feel about this data.
Dude, we're both biased about both of them, dude. Like, let's not just like pass things up. We both have certain beliefs that are on opposite sides that are going to attribute to us doing it. But I'm honest to God.
No, I don't think I'm gonna push back on that. I really think that the way I'm talking about this sample size is accurate. I think I ask for sample size often when I hear statistics that are maybe not in alignment with what my other worldviews are, and sometimes I have to be proven wrong because I look at the methodology and I go, you know what, that is a huge sample size. Wow, they polled 5,000 people and they got this trend, and then they polled 5,000 people again a year later and they got that trend. Doesn't matter that that's a small percentage of the population. If the methodology was the same, if 2,000 of those 5,000 people changed their mind, that demonstrates a huge change in public sentiment that I can extrapolate onto the population because the p-value is low, which means that it is statistically unlikely that they happened upon 2,000 people who changed their mind when that doesn't represent the population. If you do the math, you find it is silly to sit around thinking that the very remote possibility that the study is wrong is what you should worry about, especially in consideration of the fact that it's not the only study on this that's been done. We're just stuck on it because you're unwilling to recognize that even just this study is alone is enough information to say that the trend is probably real. Consider the p-value that we get if we do a meta-analysis, which is we take all of the studies, put them together, look at the p-values of each of them, and then ask the question, what is the likelihood that all of these studies agree with each other with a low p-value by coincidence? And we get to an even more remote number, which is where me and Ezra sit in this conversation, conversation for having looked at lots of those studies. Why am I going to let you move on to try to do that meta-analysis, that meta-discourse thing that we do in a conversation, looking at all the data, if you still can't even just accept that 6,000 people is a large enough sample size for this type of study?
I mean, I would hit back with like, why are you concerned with like I'm trying to learn, so like I'm trying to look at the data too. So like, you know, have you thought that maybe looking at a larger sample size would actually change my mind on what I think? Like,
if it does, it'll be for the wrong reason, dude. Like, you shouldn't need like
so there's a wrong reason. There's a wrong reason to change my mind about
the burden. Shouldn't but I'm much more concerned with educating the public than just you. I have to consider both, and it would be a disservice to my audience to appease you by moving on to a greater burden of proof than is necessary in this case. I think one of the problems with what's happening in America right now is that people on the opposite sides of these issues, from people like me, demand greater evidence that is necessary while supporting their side of the argument without good evidence. You did that earlier by bringing up a single case study, one person, an anecdote. What?
I did not use that example as something I was going to use as a case study. I used that as an example to explain what I was trying to talk about. You keep bringing it up like I was trying to use it as this percentage of this person, one person.
Okay, I can accept that. You brought it up to say, here's this case, here's this anecdote. I don't like that this outcome happens. I need to be shown that this outcome is rare. We have shown that outcome is rare, and you saying that the sample size wasn't large enough to say that is just mathematically nonsensical.
Well, okay, so all right, instead of like what would the p sample size be for the sample the case?
The p value represents a percent likelihood that the trend noticed in the study came out by chance. I don't know it off the top of my head for this study. Perhaps we could look it up. Like I said, but I've been saying the whole time we haven't even looked up the study. Ezra, do you have the study? Maybe you can take the floor while I do some research if he really wants to know the p value.
I mean, we're arguing about p value. We should try to figure out what the p value is.
The one that I was talking about was the Amsterdam Cohort of Gender Dysphoria Study, and the secondary one is the report of the 2015 U.S. Transgender Survey.
Okay, you take the floor for a moment. I'm going to see if I can dig up the p-value on this one.
Sorry about that. That wasn't a little heated. If I came across rude, I apologize.
I mean, that's a question I should be able to answer, so I'm going to go research on it. But again,
I would also mention that like just because I don't understand this part of like education of like studies and whatnot doesn't make me uneducated. It just doesn't make me educated in this certain fact. So there's a lot of people
all uneducated.
Like I'm uneducated.
You're fine.
I have education, just not in this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it takes a really strong person to be able to admit when they're wrong or don't even know something. And I think that, it's important to just sit back and go, okay, I want to have more information. So the other one, the 2015 study, asked a lot of people a lot of different questions, a lot of trans people, many, many questions. It's a 300-page overview, but one of the questions is, have you ever detransitioned? So at any point in your life, have you gone back to living as your sex assigned with birth? The survey found that 8% of respondents had detransitioned temporarily or permanently at some point in their life.
You said 8%?
Rates of the detransition were higher in trans women than in men, but most cases responded that there were pressures from outside sources. So 36% of that 8% said that there was pressure from a parent. 33% said that transitioning was too difficult. Yeah. And 31% said there was too much harassment or discrimination. 29% said that they had trouble getting a job.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Like, it's unfortunate that they've had those issues with they really they shouldn't have to have those issues finding a job and whatnot.
Right, especially when it's legal to discriminate against trans people based on.
And I agree. I think as unfortunate as it is, those outside pressures are always going to be there. even if it's unfortunate. Like,
Right.
I mean,
I do talk to friends all the time about how it feels like I'm, in some ways right now, to be a trans person feels like maybe being a gay man in the 80s or maybe even in the 40s felt like. It's a very hotly debated thing.
Yeah.
And now there's plenty of people that say that gay men, it's fine, that they can live their life, that they're not hurting anyone. But way more people are saying that what I deal with is a mental problem and that I'm silly. I'm just a confused little girl, right?
Yeah.
And it's difficult for me to exist in this world right now. I do hope and have a lot of hope that the future will be a little more accepting to us, and maybe people my age in the future won't feel like they have to hide anything.
100%, and I definitely hope that changes. You know, I would like to point out, like, I know I came on here as somebody like that's conservative. I would point out that, you know, in terms of my roommate is gay and his boyfriend lives with us. You know, my current girlfriend's brother is a transgender. So, you know, like I'm around these things a lot. So, like, for the people that are kind of being hateful in the comments a little bit, I'm not over here just like hating on everybody. I'm actually very, like, a lot of my life is around people that have I have different opinions about. And
I will say that Oskar and I absolutely despise that there are people in the comments that will say terrible things about the guest, especially when they're approaching this in good faith. And it seems like you have at least the possibility of approaching this in good faith, and you're actually 100%. Listening. Like, I appreciate it.
If it's not in good faith, it's not because I meant to come on here and be not in good faith. I've come on here twice, and I feel like I've come on here very respectfully. You know, at the same time, like, we're on two very different sides of the spectrum. I don't have an issue with, you know, particularly anything. If anything, I would have an issue with, you know, younger humans and whatnot making decisions that they're not. I don't want to know how the proper.
I think there's a really fair comparison here when it comes to young trans people that are under the age of 18. Would you say that getting a tattoo, I know that this is a very loose subject compared to transitioning, but getting a tattoo can be really stigmatized in a lot of cultures, probably same cultures that would say that trans people are a wild thing too.
Yeah, I grew up with tattoos are bad, and I have tattoos, and my mom doesn't talk to me because of it. So I definitely understand it.
So under the age of 18, legally, you have to have a parent or guardian present. And there's plenty of tattoo artists that won't do people under the age of 18. There are plenty of people that regret having those tattoos when they're younger, even though they went through all the hoops, right?
Yeah.
And the likelihood of regretting a tattoo is higher than these children that are regretting transitioning. And it's regret for completely different reasons.
Yeah. I would I wouldn't know what the percentage of regret for tattoos younger than and whatnot. I mean, I'm assuming that I've have a couple that I regret.
Right. Yeah. I feel like I've talked to a lot of older people in like the emo and punk scene that have like wild tattoos from when they were younger, and especially the younger it was, the more they regret it, right?
Yeah. And that's kind of like what kind of was aiming at, is like the younger you are, like the less you know. Like, I mean, this has nothing to really like I wanted to be, you know, something completely different when I was a kid, and you know, when I got older, I realized that that wasn't who I was. And
I will say that there sometimes is a difference. Right. I agree. I definitely, I wanted to go into house construction when I was little because I always grew up with my parents working on our old Victorian mansion. I was always enamored by all the work that went into it, and I wanted to become a construction worker. Definitely did not happen. But from a young age, I played as a boy in my backyard when I was playing with other kids. Like, sure, I was very, very young, but that didn't change much when I got older. When I got older, I realized, oh, socially people expect me to act this certain way, and I started doing that, and I didn't know why my mental health was getting worse. And I had to love my inner child and do some serious work to recognize that I wasn't being authentic.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen to me with feeling like I should have gone into construction, I will say.
Construction's a hard job.
I definitely work in blue collar, I will say. I work with my hands all the time. I'm a tailor, so I understand that.
I'm also blue collar, and I continually refuse to do construction.
That's fair. But yeah, I don't think, like, again, I'm just coming at it from one specific angle. But if one, I guess, biased view can give you a little bit more humanity of these
100%.
kids.
Like, I appreciate, talking to you. Like, this is, I guess I don't really have anybody that I know in here, but I actually wanted to transition to the opposite when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I'm very thankful for the fact that no one pushed me to do, different types of things that, they go through, because when I turned older, I realized that just wasn't who I was.
And it's important the no pushing, right?
It would have, I feel like it would have had a negative effect on my life,
Yeah.
So and that's kind of what I'm pointing out is like a lot of younger kids have these feelings of, they want to be a boy or a girl or whatever. And then their parents push them into these things. And then later in life, they regret it. Like I was there, I did that.
Right.
And then and my parents didn't push. They were like, when you're an adult, you will make that decision yourself. And I ended up, figuring out that, I'm a male, and then if I hadn't, and they had pushed for this, and being susceptible to adults' influences, I could have been, I would have been so much more negatively impacted, and that's kind of my point that I was trying to say, and that's a huge issue with like I don't have an issue with anything above an adult. But once you get to where you're younger and you're pushing ideas, I feel like that could be an issue, and that's not I know it's a surprise, guys. A lot of conservatives gonna come over here and not be like that. It's surprising, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. I hear you. And if
how do you all support them without right?
I think that it's definitely a delicate thing. I will say, tell me if I'm not understanding you correctly. I believe that when it comes to pushing a child to actually go through with a transition or something like that, I don't think that if pushing is occurring, I can see it happening with parents, sure, and rogue doctor somewhere, the very, 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 very few. But from training, they should be approaching it in this very psychological way, learning more about the child, knowing what's going on, and doing what's best for them, not best for the parents, if there's any pushing going on. But there was pushing in the opposite direction for me, right?
Yeah. 100%.
And if that didn't happen, if it was a little bit more lax, I could have saved myself years of heartache.
Yeah.
I'll jump back in here just because I kind of checked out from the conversation a moment. I was trying to re-educate myself on how to calculate a p-value manually, but it is kind of complicated. I'm not confident that I've done the calculation correct. But for assessing a 1% trend among 6,000 people, it's fucking minuscule. It's like it's not even anywhere close to that 5% that we were talking about. Think about it this way: if you asked 6,000 people who all fit a category for their opinion on something, and you got an answer from 1% of them, that's 60 people, that the answer was one way. It's just reasonable to conclude that that's very rare in the general population. The likelihood of you stumbling across 6,000 people who feel a different way against the background population who feels some other way. Again, I'm going to make it a homework assignment for me to get better at calculating p-values, because I haven't done it in like 10 years manually, like pen and paper style.
I definitely, it's been a while for me too, which is why I probably need to go.
But I took in my education from science, and I can kind of just I will assert with confidence, somebody prove me wrong, that the p-value on that study has to be very small, something much smaller than 0.01. Something, the likelihood of that study being a coincidence is truly minuscule. I was getting calculations that put the p-value something like 0.0001, like really, really, really small, because the p-value wouldn't be as high, or wouldn't be so low if the trend that we're getting to is this 1% thing. Like that's so rare amongst a population that the idea of coincidentally stumbling across a sample size of people who all feel that way is just so rarely feel that way. It's obvious to me that the p-value is going to be low, even though I don't remember exactly how to do the precise calculation. Somebody who's taking social sciences, please help me. I need to re-educate myself on this. But again, I would even point out that the bigger problem with the study is that it was Amsterdam. You know, it's like one locality, one clinic. Like that's a limitation of that study. But yeah, it's.
Well, I would also like the example that like the issue that I have is actually with it's less about the adults and more about younger than 18.
Right, but you need data that shows me that the problem you're describing is a real one, when across the board the studies suggest that these sorts of care are good for people.
I mean, I'm not really sure if you heard the conversation between me and Ezra, but I kind of explained that like this is there's a lot. I personally have gone through this where I one way I felt one way all the way up until I was like 14 or 15, and then when I became an adult, it changed. And if I had gone through with what I had planned, like this is a lot more personal, and I think that like I wasn't going to come out with it because it's kind of public.
I appreciate that.
Very high viewer base, but like at the same time, like.
Forgive me for having checked out to try to figure that out, and I failed. I didn't educate myself on how to calculate a p-value fast enough. But can I just ask, because you are willing to share, like, did you work with a doctor on figuring out what your plan was?
I went to a therapist. My parents were very much more like they wanted to stay out of it and not push in either direction. Which is kind of my point. Like if they had pushed in either direction, it could have negatively impacted myself. And
right, but it sounds like you're a success story. You are glad that you didn't get the care. So you're.
I'm glad that I wasn't pushed to do something with people's with moral values
the system,
in one direction.
Right,
because
but the system worked for you, is what I'm saying. You didn't get care that you ended up regretting.
100%. So the issue that I have is when other people push, like, and they go through with it under the age of 18, when, like, we're still, like...
You had a situation, you saw a doctor, the outcome was good for you, right?
I saw a therapist,
a professional. You saw a professional, and the result...
I would just definitely make a distinction between the two, because they're definitely two different...
I corrected it. You saw a professional, and you seeing the professional resulted in you not being in a situation where you regret the care that you want. Like, just because the answer for you was to not go through with something like that, that doesn't mean that that's what the answer should be for other people. It sounds like you're an example of it working, the system.
Yeah. And my concern would be that I might be a success, but I know lots of other people that weren't.
Do you know a group of 6,000 people or so where there's a really statistically significant trend among them? Like, what are you talking about?
I know 4 or 5 in my short, like just in like within like the maybe like 50, 60 people that I currently know that regret it. And I mean, that's not scientific at all. Obviously, I'm not trying to say like I'm coming up with like,
But how long did we just spend arguing about the p-value of 6,000 people? And you're saying 50 or 60, that's 1% smaller. Like
100%. I'm not trying to bring up the p-value. I mean, that's not the and the study doesn't really even equate to what my argument was, anyways. In the fact that well, I don't know. I didn't actually. Ezra, what was the age range of the people studied? Because if it's not even in the same age range, then it doesn't really like go with.
I think that study was for people who went through with reassignment surgery. But again, like the reason I'm not really super interested in just listing studies at you is because like you're putting a high level of scrutiny on the studies that say that this approach to transgender individuals is a sensible one. And
I'm fairly certain that this actually didn't include only people that have gone through surgery. 1% of the people in this study had gone through surgery, and
oh yeah, no, the chat's lighting up too about saying that a bunch of them were adolescents and children as well.
Average age was about 25 years.
Yeah, that's like that. I mean,
I think like this is almost just me defending like the airtime of the show, because I feel like we're very much in a loop of I think you need to stew on some of this. I think you need to call back in another time.
I definitely will.
Yeah, because again, like I value your personal experience. That's so important. But if we're gonna make decisions for everybody, we just got to go big with the numbers. And I think I'd like to. I think you've listened to some of what we said, but I think we're exhausting you with the information, and I think you should stew on it a little while and call back in another day.
100%. Or I'm following you, so we'll figure it out. I appreciate Ezra. I appreciate your experience and whatnot, and listening to you. You explain some stuff. I will call back eventually, and I would love to hear about that 27,000.
Well, yeah, we'll get there. Maybe by then I'll be better at calculating a p-value on the fly, because I couldn't look it up for that study, and I tried to do the math myself. Yeah, that's something I should do. I should have like a p-value calculator open so I can like do it live on the air. That'll be good.
That'd be a good addition, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blowing up studies a lot.
No, thank you for your time on the air. Thanks for calling
100%, dude. Well, obviously, I didn't mean any disrespect. If I disrespected anybody, if I said anything that was not common, for
I didn't feel at all disrespected by you. I just chose to be firm on you because I detected something in the conversation that I felt I needed to be firm on.
100%, and I will be the same way towards you if I feel the same.
As you should. As you should.
Kind of how we go about figuring things out.
I think that's a happy note to end the call on. Thank you very much for coming up, Ghost.
Y'all have a good day, and y'all stay safe, man.
You too. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Ezra. Thanks for hopping up.
Yeah, of course. I really liked that conversation. If you were kind of out of it while you were figuring
I was pretty checked out. I was doing math. Yeah. I was trying.
I would recommend to look back through that. That was a very good conversation.
Yeah, I'll give that a listen when I'm editing today. Thanks for your insight as always.
Absolutely.
W's in the chat for, I would say, everybody, even though the call was a little bit frustrating. But it was just a little bit frustrating in a way that I don't think was disrespectful and disingenuous. I think it was just more an issue of guidance in the conversation. If you think I'm platforming good conversations here on the Oskar Quentin Show, because I didn't participate in that one very much, you can go to the link tree in my bio and follow me on the other platforms. If you're watching on TikTok, follow the backup account right here so that you can stay informed of where I'm going live if this account gets banned over on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you hop out of the live and like it, all that crap. All the other social media platforms are there, and following me on those helps immensely and doesn't cost a dime. If you have a dime you want to spare, you can send it to my Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon. And if you're international, Buy Me a Coffee will be the option for you that accepts international payments. I think some people have done that. Phil, sorry, I know I missed it a while ago. He said, don't just roll Nazis, punch them in the face. I think everybody gets the pun there. Thank you for the $2 on Buy Me a Coffee. And then I should pop over to YouTube because I wasn't watching very closely, but I don't think I have any more Venmos or Cash Apps. No, I don't. Good. Okay. The percent stays the same no matter the age for $2. Thank you, Kronos. And then Rogue Ghost sent $5 to say I blame the former MAGA staff member. Oh, that was from previous. That was a joke from earlier in the stream. But I wanna get back to it. We're long past my normal time, but I'm trying to get a 4-hour VOD today, and we ever had to restart my entire PC 3 times. So let's get double tapping away on the screen to get the viewership back up and get some new viewers in here for my conversation with SeeSaw, and we'll see what he has to say. I don't know if I've talked to SeeSaw before. He'll have to remind me. If he connects, getting that long connection. JD Bugs is asking how smoky is it. I haven't actually, other than walking my dog this morning, I've not really been out. It doesn't look as bad as it was yesterday. Hello, how old are
you? 40.
You a Trump supporter?
What's that?
Are you a Trump supporter?
Not exactly, but I am conservative.
Well, I mean, are you glad that Trump is president instead of Kamala Harris?
Oh yeah.
Well, in my book, that makes you a Trump supporter.
Definitely. You put it that way, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So why is that? Why do you think he's doing a good job compared to her?
I don't. Well, first of all, her policies, I just don't agree with. A lot of her policy, they were just
like which ones?
Nothing against what Trump had in mind at that moment. I'm not saying that I agree with Trump's decisions and actions, especially in the past couple of months.
Which policies are we talking about?
Perhaps his policy on intervention in the Middle East, or
do you think the Iran war is good?
What's that?
Do you think the Iran war is good?
I don't think any war is good.
Yeah. Death is bad, but I mean, do you think that Trump has behaved in a sensible way regarding his foreign policy in Iran?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Can you say that again?
I mean, yeah, I'm sure. I don't expect you to be happy that people are dying. I'm just saying, do you think that Trump has performed well on Iran as a foreign policy topic?
What's really funny is that I would say a couple years, perhaps even last year, I felt very strong in the conservative realm, but as he's deciding and doing what he's doing in the cabinet, I find myself leaning towards to the left a little bit, So when you ask me that, do I find his actions in the Middle East, that's a really hard question to answer, but I will tell you that I do feel like we do need to overthrow the regime over there.
We haven't done that.
How so?
Previous leader was 86. We killed him. His son is now in charge. That was going to happen whether or not we killed him. Also, they're real mad at us. Because that leader, we killed his dad. Bombed a school.
Okay.
So what was good about you say we need to replace the regime? Trump has failed to do that. There was a chance that if we didn't kill Khamenei, that he would have died and they would have replaced him with a more progressive leader. Not like a properly progressive leader. We're talking about Iran here, but somebody more progressive than his son, somebody less horrible than his son. The fact that we killed him and then had a situation where the power vacuum needed to be filled during wartime, because we're now at war with Iran, they have bombs falling from the sky, made it very unlikely for them to appoint anybody for the position other than his son, so that there'd be some semblance of continuance of governance, which is important during wartime. Whether we're talking about good guys or bad guys, strategically makes sense to have continuance of governance. So we basically guaranteed that the worst possible option for taking over the regime after this 86-year-old died was going to be what happened, and that is what happened. So now we have his son, who's going to live way longer than his dad was expected to, because his dad was 86. We killed an 86-year-old.
I see. You made your point.
Does that influence your feelings on Iran?
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. I'm glad you made that point clear to me.
Yeah, Iran's real bad, I hope you don't think that people like myself who are really far on the left, want the Iranian regime to be successful. We don't. They're fucking monsters.
Well,
I'm worried about it too. I can recognize that what Trump has done has not made the situation better.
See, that's the thing. I feel like you're right. My perspective, especially people like me, and I'm being honest with you here, we don't find individuals like you when you're asking us what we see in the party of the left.
Wait, I want to make sure I understand. You're saying we don't find people like me when we look at people on the left? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yeah.
I'd say I'm pretty unusual as far as people on the left go. I think most people who are outspoken about politics are unreasonable, and I work really hard to be very reasonable. I criticize the things that people on my team say often because I think they're sometimes really bad at talking to people like yourself in a way that's not helpful. For example,
I find you to be that's amazing, and I find that to be rare on both sides of the parties.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
almost everybody's a nincompoop.
Right. I find myself wanting to do that more of the Conservative Party these days. Like, I want to be able to criticize and find reasonable grounds and argue these points without people saying, "Wow, you're just drifting to the..." No, I just want the truth and reason, just like you what you're doing here.
Mm-hmm. I think that and we're in this situation where people on the left are so upset about some of these things. Like, they're so mad that people think things like what you thought, like maybe that Trump was doing something good for regime change in Iran. I think a lot of people on my team are so very upset about the state of affairs, with people thinking maybe the way that you did about that at the beginning of the call, that, they're just not very effective at talking to somebody like you. And then on the other side, we have people on the right who are just really confidently telling people that Trump is doing something good for Iran, for regime change. And because those people are maybe nicer to somebody like you than somebody on the left is, it's more convincing. So that's why I spend a lot of time on this show really trying to choose to be nice to somebody like you, because I just think that's a better way to get my point across, because it sounds to me like my point made a lot of sense to you.
Yeah, it did. Well, I haven't been very confident on what you said about people on the right being very I haven't been very confident on a lot of the things, not just Trump is doing, and a lot of things from the right. For example, like Nancy Mace,
What about her?
What a monster. She's a monster.
Well, for what? I agree, but for what?
For how she feels about not identity politics, but just you know what I mean, like other people.
I don't really know what you mean. I mean, the reason that Nancy Mace, sorry, I always mix up their names. Nancy Mace has been in the news cycle. She's one of the 4 Republicans that betrayed Trump on the Epstein files, which I find very interesting. And we could talk about that. But I mean, it seems to me like, when I get the sort of W that I just got because I made some sense to you, I really try not to harp too much. I could dump a dozen things that I feel that strongly about on your lap, but I don't want to overwhelm you. Again, I want to be effective, and I think overwhelming you is not a good tactic, because I could say I have as convincing an argument about, say, the Epstein files, which is like the thing that I think of when I think about Nancy Mace and her current place in the news cycle. But why'd you bring her up? Why are we talking about Nancy Mace?
You just reminded me of her involvement with the Epstein files. Yeah,
right. Yeah,
but I was more focused on how she felt about identity politics throughout this whole time.
Her position on identity politics.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we can talk about identity politics generally. I'm not super educated on Nancy Mace's positions on identity politics. I can assume from her party affiliation, but I try not to do that because I don't know everybody. I can't list a bigoted thing that every Republican has said, even if I'm pretty sure that Republicans say a lot of bigoted things. I just have to be more careful than that. Do you have some particular position of hers that you want to discuss?
No, I think you made your point. I don't really have anything to say.
I'm going to invite you to call back in. I want you to think about what we talked about with the Iran war, and then you can decide whether or not I'm somebody you want to keep talking to about these things.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'd really appreciate that.
Yeah, I really appreciate you telling me all these things too, and making your point. I think you made your point.
Thank you. I'm going to say SeeSaw. Thanks for hopping up. Having an interesting day on the show, and we're running long today, so keep double tapping away on the screen. We've had a bunch of tech issues that have really slowed the show down, so we're kind of fighting against it, and today might be the day YouTube's getting close to TikTok. We might have more YouTube viewers than TikTok viewers for the first time ever. Get competitive. Double tap the screen. Thank you very much, Psycho Purple, for the 20 pounds. On YouTube Super Chat, they said, keep up the good work, Oskar and crew. Love you from Yorkshire, England. Don't forget the crew. Jesse and Raven work on the show. It's a 3-man team now. 4-man team if we count the dog sitter. Because my dog was becoming a little too disruptive of the show. Moses sent $5 to say, at work and joined late. Happy you're power streaming today. Keep doing what you do. This show's a huge sanity check for me, and David is still a bitch. We have some inside jokes here on the Oskar Quentin show. And yes, David is a bitch. Not David Donor, who gets his name read every day. We're not talking about him. But anyway, for those who know the inside joke, you know the inside jokes. Kronos sent $20. That's a big donation from Kronos. He said, I'll try to be nicer for you, Oskar, but let me know when to go off, LOL. Well, you can feel, YouTube chat, you guys don't need to behave yourselves quite as much because the caller's not looking at that chat. You guys can be honest. It's mostly the TikTok chat I need to keep under control so that we don't distract the caller from the conversation. Hassan, how do I feel about Hassanabi? Why am my brain fighting that? For $5. Thank you, Aliciousness. Super quick Google. Am I just forgetting something? Oh, Hassan Piker. Is that his username? Oh, yeah. See, it shows how much I follow him. I thought that might be Hassan, but I don't like follow his accounts other than like Instagram. He's a little farther left than me, but we agree on most everything. Right? Like that's I'd love to talk to the guy. I'd love to talk to him about like some of his more extreme beliefs. Like I think me and Hassan Piker are like I'm in a different sphere than him. Like I'm in a different weight class of creator than he is. But as I grow, like he's the sort of person that I'd be really excited about having like truly productive conversations about the far left space on the political spectrum, because I do think he's reasonable. He obviously has the reach. And what I've found is that all the leftists that call into this show are like hyper unreasonable and think I'm a fucking idiot for saying like that the midterms matter or something. But as I've grown and I'm about to enter a new weight class, guys. I'm about to have more than 100,000 followers on Instagram. That kind of puts me into a different club, gets me taken more seriously in people's inboxes, that sort of thing. I find that like the really like far left creators that I interact with, because it is sometimes people who you see me interact with like on camera in public in front of people, or sometimes people who I just speak to privately, I have found that like they're way more excited about what I'm doing than you might think. I can't speak for somebody like Hassan, but I just think that they recognize that like we're all moving the Overton window to the left. Like we're all moving people to the left. If I'm moving people who are more in the middle, a little farther left, and they're moving people who are maybe already on the left, further left, like we're all kind of participating in the same trend. And then the question becomes, am I happy that they're moving people farther left than maybe I am? And quite frankly, I've been creeping farther left my entire adult life because of what's been happening in American politics. The appropriate place to sit on the political spectrum, I think, has been moving farther and farther to the left, just given what's going on. So, yeah, I don't have as strong opinions about somebody like Hassan than people would expect me to have. We agree on almost everything. And much like I said about Dean Withers, it's like we maybe have slightly different tactics, don't agree on every piece of information, but like if we're all 99% on the same team, like that's good. And I think that the bigger the leftist creator you find, the less likely they are to tell you that somebody like me is doing anything bad by saying like maybe that Iowa golfers should vote for a Democratic governor for November or whatever. Like the value we see in that, like it's something that they want to spend more focus talking about the damage, like the problem with the system. But my whole position is that we can't keep doing that after the midterms if the Republicans lock us all up for trying. So I'm really focused on getting people to pay attention to the midterms and the options in front of them for their own local elections. So yeah, I would love to talk about all of that with Hassan. That'd be super duper neat. I just didn't know that he went by Hassanabi is the username. Anyway, Moses sent $2 to say, you heard him, Kronos filters off for us, LOL. Yeah, you guys don't need to listen to the the concerns about the caller getting distracted. And Kim sent me $2 on Cash App to say, am I an anti-capitalist? Well, that's messy. And I spend a lot of time talking about it on the show, how it's like not entirely clear like what type of anti-capitalist it is. Because I think capitalism's like it's not that capitalism is inherently evil. It's that evil people are inherently rewarded by capitalism. And if you're going to say that makes capitalism evil, sure. Fine, we can agree on that. Like we can say that that's what makes it evil. It's just that there's this whole social democrat versus democratic socialist thing where it's like, how quickly do we want to get away from capitalism? I think a lot of the leftists would criticize me for not wanting to get away from capitalism as fast as they do, because I think that's impractical. If we try to cancel capitalism, like in the next 5 years, we're going to have societal collapse, and societal collapse is really dangerous. So I don't want that. That's really, really, really bad. I'd much rather continue to erode away capitalism, which makes me a democratic socialist. But the Philbros will point out that a social democrat is somebody who wants to allow capitalism to continue while doing all this socialist stuff. But a democratic socialist, according to a Philbro, is supposed to be somebody who wants to move from capitalism to a more socialist system gradually. And which of those two categories I am, like in a local sense, I'm a social democrat because I'm not trying to cancel capitalism. But in like a 50 to 100 years sense, I'm a democratic socialist because I do want capitalism to be eroded away to the point where it's only used for like mega projects like action movies and stuff. Like, oh, you use money? What do you use money for? Like, you have like a weird hobby? Like, what's that about? I'd love to get to that society. I just want to do it more slowly, and I think that's a more pragmatic approach. So it's complicated, my political perspective. I don't fit any of the labels perfectly. And Bernie Sanders fucked us all by calling himself a democratic socialist, even though according to the Philbros, he's a social democrat, which is different. So anyway, not fond of capitalism. We live in the real world and I got to pay my rent. So thank you everybody for going to the link tree in my bio and supporting the show. Lucky Phil did that. He sent me $2 on Buy Me a Coffee. He said, I can tell you're a teacher. Leaving space for the caller to ruminate, let it sink on, let them contemplate, more effective than getting each other's backs up. Spicy Oscar is fun to watch, but seeing more and more people get it is satisfying. Less heat, more light. We needed an episode like today. Seriously. We had a productive day today. Kono said, Oscar, just don't read mine out if you don't want the caller to hear it. I won't mind. Yeah. I'll institute a little YouTube to TikTok filter as I read out the comments. Thank you for the $5, Kronos. Is that it? I think that I should pop over to the Venmo and double check. Let's see. Let's do one more because it's almost 2:30 and I've got somewhere to be at 5. Somebody's saying in the chat that in reality I'm a communist. Well, that's just it. If only the communists who called in and dunked on me knew, like if they could crawl inside my brain, they'd realize they're barking up the wrong tree calling me a doofus. I want what they want. I just think I have a better plan to get there. The joke I've been telling that like balls all this up in one thing is that the liberals are mad at me for being a leftist. The leftists are mad at me for being a liberal. And the people who know me in real life know that I'm a leftist with a plan. The plan is currently to push liberal ideologies because the midterms are really fucking important for all of us. Will the tone change after the midterms on this show? Absolutely. Tone changes all the time as the world unfolds. We'll see what I'm preaching, come December. Stay tuned. ICRC. Spelled in that funny way. We've spoken to him before, but I don't remember about what. Canadian Vicky sent me something on Cash App. Not Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee. $15 to say, using money is fun sometimes. I used it for this, and it was fun. Thank you, Canadian Vicky. I appreciate you. I think ICRC is a teacup, so I'm going to move on to the next caller. Yatub Sabes. He can tell me how his name is pronounced after he tells me how old he is. How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 41.
You Trump supporter? Doing all right. Are you Trump supporter?
Yeah, it's left me no other choice but to support him.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, I think you'll understand. I'm Cuban. My family comes from Cuba, where my family's been exiled by socialism and communism. So anything that smells like socialism or communist, I tend to run away from. It doesn't matter what I sacrifice. I'm against that completely.
Trump is planning a military action against Cuba.
No, that's not going to happen. There's nothing in Cuba that the States wants, right? They're just draining them till they drain themselves, right? It's just like Iran. It's just like the war in Iran. Right.
Hold on. But Trump said he wasn't going to invade Iran, and he did. He bombed Iran. Why are you bringing Iran up as an example? That's nonsense.
Well, it's not the motivation that I'm talking about. It's the conclusion, right? The conclusion in Iran is only timing. 75% of the population in Iran is against dictatorship.
Okay, we're gish-galloping.
Their economy is going downhill. What do you think is going to happen?
Hold on, I'm accusing you of gish-galloping. You're bringing up too much too quickly. You know that regardless of what I think about any of the things you just said, you've said them too quickly for me to respond.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I just talk slower.
Well, I think you need to navigate the conversation more carefully. It doesn't concern you at all that the White House is talking about military plans against Cuba?
It's not talking about going through military plans at all. I don't think that's their point.
What's a greater risk? Did you think that Kamala Harris was going to create the sort of socialism that you say has ruined Cuba? Do you think that's a greater risk?
Hold on, you're kind of pivoting to another thing. First, you asked me about Cuba, and then you're running to Kamala Harris.
Well, because we're talking about your support of Trump, and you said it's because you're afraid of any sort of socialism or communism.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
I was staying on topic, is what I was doing.
Well, no, you went to Cuba and then you went to Kamala Harris.
The conversation is about why you were left with no other choice but Trump. The other choice was Kamala Harris, so that's what we were talking about. You said that you, given your experience with what's happened in Cuba, didn't want the other option, Kamala Harris. So I'm asking, why do you think that Kamala Harris was going to do such socialist? You're interrupting my question, and like this is kind of what I'm talking about with this like overzealous, over-talking kind of approach, where it's like, slow down. We have gone nowhere other than that you had Trump and the other option, which was Kamala Harris, and you said that your fears of socialism and communism is why you chose Trump over Harris. So my question is, what is it that Kamala Harris was going to do that presents to you so great a threat through socialism and communism? Again, just let me finish.
I'm waiting for the opportunity to answer it.
Yeah, that could have been now.
You keep asking me. You keep on asking me.
This is a radio.
Question.
Okay, here we're going to talk about your ego for a second instead of asking the question, because what's happening on my program is that we have about 1,000 people listening. Actually, less than that, because we're kind of having a tech issue stream today. But we've got like 700 people listening or something, and it's much easier for the listeners to follow your point and understand what you're saying if they hear the whole question. You've called in with these topics that you're interested in and interested in talking about. I'm educated on some of them. You're educated on some of them, but we're trying to share that with the audience. And if I don't get my whole question out before you answer it, we leave people behind who are listening. Do you want to leave those people behind and leave them confused about what you're saying, or do you want them to hear my question clearly so that they understand you better?
Are those 3-4 questions at one, or am I answering in 3 different ways?
I'm asking if you think it is important that we make sure everybody watching understands you clearly.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think it's more important if I answered that question though.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask my question again, and I will just please ask for a beat between when it's obvious when I'm done talking, because it's a little complicated, and I just want to make sure I understand you, because I don't at this moment. I don't understand why you think you were left with no choice about Donald Trump. That's what you said at the beginning, and the other option was Kamala Harris, and you said that you've seen socialism and communism ruin Cuba, and you were afraid of that happening under Kamala Harris, which is why you were left with no choice but to vote for Trump. What was it you think that Kamala Harris was going to do that creates that concern for you? That's my question.
So is it okay to answer that already? All right, perfect. So yeah, she supported Newsom. Does she support Newsom in California?
Sure.
Okay. Does Newsom support the mayor of LA? What's her name that she's active right now? What's her name?
Is it Bass?
Right, Bass, right. So Bass actually went to Cuba in the 1970s and 1980s and fought for Fidel Castro. She was actually part of...
Pause. I have a question.
Hold on. I'm not done. You can ask me a question after I'm done, unless that's what you want. I'm not finished.
I just want to clarify if the reason we're learning about what Bass did in the 70s is because Kamala Harris's endorsement of Gavin Newsom, who has endorsed Bass, is going.
Right. I'll get to that after.
It just seems like
finish my statement, right? I think you want your fan base to actually hear me talk, right, and understand what I'm saying. Correct? All right, thank you. Yeah, so everything's connected, right? So Karen Bass, which I'm sure you know about this, you're a communist, right?
No.
You're not a communist?
We actually just had kind of a nuanced conversation about that. Like, you kind of really have to stretch the philosophical definition to get me included in the communist category.
It's a classless society. Right.
No, I don't think you understand my perspectives very well. I'm telling you that it's a little more nuanced than that. I'm not a capitalist, and I wouldn't say I'm a full-blown communist. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's freezing up. Are you freezing up a little bit, or is it me?
Oh, God. Is it happening again? Can you hear me? Oh, it's happening again, isn't it? Fuck me.
Yeah, hello?
This is the issue we're dealing with today. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to restart everybody.
You were freezing up. I'm sorry.
No, it's not you. I've been dealing with this all day. It's been happening like once an hour. I think that might be the show for today, everybody. Oh, I do really want to talk. I don't know. I don't know what I should do.
Hello?
I think that's it for today. All right. Shit. Yeah, it's 2:30. I was going. I'm gonna follow this guy. Oh, can I follow him? Is it gonna work? Because I do want to have this conversation. Oh, I'll have to find him in the thing.
No, you're.
All right, yeah, all right. He's disconnected, and the show is going to keep freezing, so I'm just going to read out the last donations, because Gravild sent me $10 to say, when we guitar dueling, sir, Dean turned me down because my stakes were too high. Loser, loser, their soul. Run it. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a guitar battle. I don't claim to be all that good at playing the guitar, so if you win, that's not really going to hurt my ego. Sawyer says, hey, Oskar, love the show. Any chance you can talk about Francesca Hong running for governor in Wisconsin? I think she can do a lot of good for the state. I would love to talk about that while people are listening, but the show's fucking broken right now. I think that's the show for today. I need to figure this out. I don't want this happening every day, but this has happened before, and it went away the very next day, so I don't know what's going on. That's the show for today, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. 10 o'clock Central Time. W for everybody who works on the show. Mods, Discord, staff, all that. 10 o'clock Central Time every day. Hopefully longer than 2 hours. We're trying to get that set up, but I am going to wrap it on that. Thanks for watching, everybody. What a messy day.